Let's fix that a little bit. Hello. We're just waiting for me. We're just waiting for me. I think. Hello. Hello, hello. It says waiting. It says waiting for me. Can you guys see me? I think I'm here. I don't know. What I see here when I'm filming, I see I'm here. But what I see in front of me, which is what you guys see, maybe a little bit delayed, it shows that we're just waiting for me. Oh, here we go. There we go. Hello, friends. Hello, hello. Happy Saturday and happy first day of the Olympics, right? Well, kind of not first day of the Olympics because opening ceremonies were yesterday, but then also they have pre-events before the actual opening ceremonies of the Olympics because, they've got a lot of things to get through, right? And in some cases, I guess if they have, they have games and then playoff games and then games and games and games, they have to get started early. So anyhow, if you are an Olympic lover, an Olympic watcher, it's a very exciting time of year, right? We certainly are. So happy Olympics. How about that? Happy Olympics. Hello, friends. If we have not met before, my name is Lael Kankar, and I have a business called Lael by Mail. On Saturdays, when I'm not traveling, we're here on my YouTube channel, and we'll do what I like to call creative listings. So a couple days before, usually on Thursdays, I published a handful of listing topics, sometimes 3, sometimes 4, just depends. And on Saturdays, we get together and we take those listing topics and we make lists. I like to have fun when I make my lists, right? So I add pattern paper and stickers and stamps and all different kinds of things like that. But basically, we're here and we have fun and we chit chat and we laugh and some of you list with me. Some of you are just hanging out doing whatever you normally do on a Saturday, cleaning the house or working or going on a walk, or some of you are crafting and you are crafting with me, but you're not, doing the same thing I'm doing. So whatever it is, it's always lovely to have you here. What you may say to yourself, why list? If you're new and you're like, what the heck is she doing? I don't understand. This is a kind of a long evolved process of my method of memory keeping over the last 27 years. And I've been doing creative listing now, I want to say probably about 7 or 8 years. It's within the last 4 years, though, that we've been doing it here on my YouTube channel. And to me, it's a great way of telling my story. So pretty much when we're making lists, I am making lists. I am the subject of those lists, right? Things I want to do more of, things I want to do less of, things that make me happy, good things about the last 6 months, favorite songs from the 70s. Typically, I'm telling my story. And it's a part of my story that probably most people don't know. And it's just a way that I've really enjoyed kind of continuing my process of memory keeping as it's kind of evolved over the years. So that's what we do here. Welcome to you if you are new, and welcome to those of you that have been with me like forever and a day, right? It seems like forever and a day, doesn't it? It really kind of hit home this week with the Olympics, the Summer Olympics, because we did a list 4 years ago, which is crazy to think about. We did a list I'm going to cry, which is silly. We did a list 4 years ago. We were so like in the early days of the pandemic where it was just scary and we were all reeling and feeling lonely and not having any clue of what was going on or what was going to happen. We did a list because the Olympics were taking place 4 years ago, and we did a list about our favorite Olympic events. Summer Olympic events. So that just kind of really hit home for me this week because that's 4 years ago, which seems like a lifetime ago, but also seems like yesterday. So we've just been here a long time and we're still here. It all started out, I did 2 videos at the beginning of the pandemic on how to like what travelers notebooks, what travelers notebooks were and the different things you could do with them. And then really, we've been going ever since. So it's been fun. Those of you that have been with me, thank you. There is a live chat that takes place here in all of my live streams. So if you want to pop in the chat and say hello, that would be lovely. Love to see you. And that's how a lot of us have gotten to know each other over the last 4 years, is through that live chat. So if you are new, please pop in and say hello. Always nice to know that you're here. And if you're a lurker, I always say this, if you're a lurker, someone that just likes to be here but doesn't ever really come into the chat, just pop in and say hello so we can say hi to you back, all right? Let me check out the chat here before we get started. Hello, Cindy. Cindy, I know Cindy emailed me yesterday. If it was you asking about the reminder email for the August class, it has not gone out yet, but I will make sure to send you the link to that today because I know you're having issues getting those. And if you're not the right Cindy, then I'm just talking to Cindy. Hi, Kathy. Good morning from Southern California. She's watching the Olympics, the equestrian events. Nick and I were watching a little bit this morning, the men's beach volleyball. And then also the time trials for the women's cyclists, which if you watched any of that, I won't tell you the results, but it's been raining in Paris. And if you follow cycling at all, rain and cycling is not a good combination, especially when it comes to a time trial. So yeah, and then, I don't know, Nick's doing something. He's getting ready to go fix some things. I don't know, whatever. It's a typical Saturday at the Concar house, right? I'm here listing with you guys, and then Nick's got a list of honeydews a mile long. And then Reggie's over in his little bucket over here sleeping, hopefully for a while. Good morning, Wanda. Hello, Nancy. Hello, Marilee. She's spending the week in Orange County with the girls. Nice break from the 100+ weather in Sacramento. Yeah, especially if you're near the beach, right, Marilee? Especially in the mornings. Yeah, I love that. It's fun for you. Fun for you guys. I love it. Hello, Rainey. Hello, Julie and Nancy from near Hoover Dam. Fabulous. We were just last weekend, Nick and I, after our Saturday listing session, headed up to Flaming Gorge, which is a large, I don't know in relation to what, but a lake up in northern Utah, southern Wyoming. So it kind of crosses both states, but we did visit the dam there. So there we go. Kind of a little dam action there, right, Nancy? Hello, Louisa from Southern California. Tammy, Crafty865, Linda McSweeney. I have my hands in my pockets for some reason. Trisha. Hi, Trisha. I'm going to see you next week, aren't I? I love it. I think so, right? Hi, Carla from Arkansas. Wendy in Maryland. Sarah from San Jose. Miss L. Joe Disney fan. Hello, hello. Belinda, you're talking about the Olympics. Yes, so we won't do any Olympic themed list today, but you know, we can certainly talk about them. Shelly's Crafty Corner. Happy Saturday. Hi, Debbie. Debbie, am I going to see you? Am I going to see you next week? I don't remember. Next week, I am on Tuesday headed to Spokane to teach at the 3 Craft Chicks Hello Again retreat. So I'm very excited about that. Debbie's going to have, I imagine a number of you are going to have 2 devices going right now. You may have the Olympics on one and then me on the other. Louisa, thumbs up, number 5. Oh yeah, thumbs up, friends. Yes, please. If you're watching, thumbs up. That's the easiest way you can support any content creator, which is basically what I am, right? Anyone that you're following on social media or watching in social media, including YouTube. So thank you for that reminder, Louisa. Hello, Shelly's Crafty Corner from Miami. Scrapbook Sister, hello. Martine, hello, Martine. Martine's joining us from the Netherlands. Julie, oh, look at that. I love that. Julie said we won the table decoration at the wine night at the Mid-State Fair last night with an Olympic theme. Congratulations, Julie. Was the prize a bottle of wine? It should be, right? Jane, hello, hello. She's working but watching at the same time. Kathy's an Olympic lover. Yes, love. Same Louisa, right? It's just, I don't know. It's just such a, I don't know. This has been a super emotional week for me. And so anytime that emotions are kind of running high, right? Kind of just, those tears are like just under the surface bubbling. When I watch things like the Olympics, it's, you know, you're just so happy for people. And at the same time, you are heartbroken for people that don't, you know, didn't achieve the goals that they had hoped to achieve at the Olympics. Sometimes it's just a good crier, right? It's a good reason to let some of those emotions out. So I think that's going to happen a little bit this week. Hello, Colleen. Colleen, Nick and I were talking about you last night, and you'll see why in a while. I mean, not today, but you'll see. You'll see. She's bopping back and forth between scrapbooking cards today, Holly Jolly event, or their Jolly Christmas whatever weekend. Have fun with that. That looks like a lot of fun. Wanda's just watching, no crafting. Peggy, hello, Peggy. Hello, hello. Peggy brought up a great point. She just congratulated Julie for winning the table decoration. She said, hope you took photos, right? Hope you took photos. If not, you might have to reenact it. Hello, Lisa. Nice to see you. Julie's crafting a mini book. Very fun, very fun. Scrapbook Sister said she wasn't excited about the Olympics, but now she is. Let the games begin. Yes, go USA, and then go team, go sports. Whoever your team is, whatever sport you are, go, right? Go. I don't know. Go, whatever. Go. Yes, Louisa, LA. LA is hosting the games in 2028, and huge announcement this week for those of us that live in Utah, and even in the US. Utah has been awarded the Winter Olympic Games for 2034. So I need to add that to my good things last 6 months list. Utah Oli 2034. We originally had the Winter Olympics here in 2002. Which was obviously a long time ago, 22 years ago. Nick and I were at a very different stage in our life. We were young, not young parents. We weren't young, but we were newer parents, right? Jack was 3.5, and Sam was, still under 1. So we did not have a lot of discretionary income at that time to do some of the things that we would have liked to have done at the Olympics. But we made the best of it, and Salt Lake put on an amazing games. We were able to see a couple of events and enjoy some amazing free concerts. Lifehouse was a free concert that we saw, and also the Goo Goo Dolls. So what I'm very much looking forward to now is the Olympic Winter Games here in 2034, and different stage of our life. So possibly having a little bit more discretionary income and a little bit more opportunity to save to do some of those things that we weren't able to do last time. So yes, we're huge Olympic fans, both summer and winter. Hello, Sarah. She said it's first time catching live. Nice to have you live with us. And hello, honey, from the other room. Fiona, hello. Pam, hello. So, you know what we're going to do? We're actually, I'm going to say hi to everybody else. There's lots of folks. Hi, Terry. We do not have a time limit. Hello, Rose Oak 1. I would need to circle back to Pam for a minute. Because we are going to, we're going to do a live giveaway. All right. If you have not been here before when I've done live giveaways, the giveaway happens in the chat. All right. So, I'll be doing a live giveaway in the next couple of minutes, but I want to explain to you first why we're going to do a live giveaway. When we were together last week, when we were together last week, I did a live giveaway, one of the brand new stamp sets. And that was one that we'll be using today. I believe it was this one. I believe it was Opposites Attract, and we'll be using that again a couple times today. But I did a live giveaway, in the chat, and the person that won that live giveaway was Pam Soames. Pam, I have not had a chance to respond to your email yet, but Pam did something very generous. Pam emailed me after we were done, and said thank you so very much for randomly selecting me, which I did. We'll talk about how I do that in a minute. And she said, you know what? I would like to pay that forward to someone. And which is just such a lovely thought. So thank you, Pam. So that's what we're going to do again today. We're going to give that stamp set again away today, and we'll do that right now in the chat. So what I do when we do a live giveaway, I basically just scroll up in the chat wherever my finger stops. I'm not even looking. Basically, I go to my little iPad there, scroll up wherever my finger stops. That person is the winner. Is the winner. I have a winter games for 2034 on my mind, clearly. So let's do that right now. Stopping right here. Cindy Hollenbach. Thank you, dear. Okay, goodbye. Cindy Hollenbach. Cindy, if you are still here, Cindy, please send me an email, laelbymail@gmail.com. And I'm in the subject line, put winner, winner Opposites Attract stamp set. And then in the body of the email, send me your name and address. We'll get that shipped off to you this week. So thank you, Pam, for your generosity, for re-gifting. Cindy, don't worry, it's brand new. Sam is now... Golly, you guys, it's been a week. I'm going to tell you right now, it's been a week. I'm having trouble getting the words. Pam has not used it. It's a brand new stamp set. So we're going to turn some air on here to hopefully help me. Okay, there we go. Anyhow, thank you, Pam, and congratulations, Cindy. I need like a face man from the other room. All right, here we go. Here we go. So don't worry, we will have other prizes today, and we'll talk about those as we go along. But the way that the other prizes work, those are the after party prizes, I call them. That means you enter, you leave a comment on the video when it's over. That way, anyone that's watching, whether they're live or after the fact, can participate in the prize. Okay. Yes, and thank you again, Pam. Thank you. All right, so I'm sure I missed lots of things in there, and so if I missed, if you left a comment and I missed it, and you'd like me to see that, please leave it again, and I will see that. Once we flip the camera, that makes it a little bit easier. How about that? Hello, Elise. Nice to see you. You just got home from Delta. Oh, anyone that has been traveling over the last week, that will be a huge thing when we do in the news next month. There's a lot of stuff when we do in the news for July, right? July has been a very newsworthy month. But I'm referring to the technology outage that happened worldwide. And Delta really seemed to feel that pain, and seems to, from what I hear, continue to feel the pain. So if you got stuck for hours or days on end in an airport because of that, I'm so sorry. And Elise, welcome home. Welcome home. Terry, I didn't share. Terry said, did I miss why your week was so hard? I didn't share. It's just, it's just been one of those weeks with some things going on. Everything's good. No worries. Everything's good. But sometimes some weeks are harder than others, right? But thank you for asking. Okay. Did I draw names this morning for prizes? Wanda, I sure did. Let's segue to that right now. So when we were together last week, we did 2 after party prizes, and I drew those this morning right before we started, and I responded to those comments on last week's video. So if you received an email, then you won, and if you're not sure, then let me tell you who won. So last week we did 2 prizes. One was the 2024 About Last Month stamp set, one of my Lail by Mail stamps. And that winner is Julie Francis 1828. So Julie, congratulations. Julie, if you're watching. If you're not watching, still congratulations. The way that you always claim your prize is you email me, and in the subject line of your email, you say winner and what the prize is. And then I have you add your name and mailing address in the body of the email. Anytime you win a prize from me, if you can put what you won in the subject line, it saves me a lot of time. Because if you don't, then I got to go back and figure out and watch the video again and see what it was, or check my notes or what have you. So congratulations, Julie. The other one, I had no clue. I mean, I knew it was a stamp, but I don't remember what stamp it was because I didn't write it down last week. So the second winner wins her stamp of choice from my website, one of my Lail by Mail stamps. And the winner there is Cherie, aka I think Sherry Lynn. Sherry Lynn. Anyhow, if that's you, you know who you are. Congratulations. So shoot me an email, let me know which stamp that you would like, one of my Lail by Mail stamps, and we'll get it out to you this week. Woo! One thing I just realized I forgot to say. I told you who I was. I told you this is what we do on Saturdays. I didn't tell you that I have a business. It's kind of important, right? Lail by Mail. I have a website, lailbymail.com. On that website, you will see pretty much everything that we'll be working with today. I have my own line of products, stamps and storage and tools and all different kinds of things like that. And then also carry other manufacturers' products as well. So in the description box of the video, you will see a link that says what I'm using. That will take you to the website for what I am using today. If you watch this video a year from now, you will see nothing that I'm using because that link updates every day or every week. All right. But that's where you can kind of find and support if you're shopping. All right. Now that we've got that out of the way, a couple of housekeeping items. If you have done the July-August Traveler's Notebook Project Kit with me, Monday is a reminder. Monday night is our setup for August. I will be sending a reminder email out today. So one email already went out, but another reminder email will go out today. I will be traveling next week, Tuesday through the following Monday. I will be, as I said, in Spokane, teaching at the 3 Craft Chicks event. So we will not be listing on Saturday. Whatever that first Saturday is in August, we will not be listing, but we will be listing that second Saturday, I believe. Anyhow, the best way for you to know if we're listing or not, there's a blog post on my website, laelbymail.com. It is also pinned to the Lael by Mail Facebook page, our listing schedule through September. It's pinned to the Lael by Mail Facebook group. And it's also pretty much at the bottom of every email that I send out. So that's how you know if we're listing or not. Things may shuffle a little bit in August, but we'll see. But we will be together that first week in August. Okay, so that's the plan. I'm sorry. We won't be together the first week in August because I'll be traveling. Yeah. Let's just do this. Let's flip the camera, turn the lights, and let's start playing, okay? I think that's what we need to do. I think it's time to start playing. Cindy. Okay, I saw something that said, Lael, please read my message above. And Cindy did the perfect thing. Cindy left a message, and I clearly didn't see it. She put it in the chat, and then she did it again, but she put it in all caps. So that's the easiest way for me to see. Oh my goodness, Cindy. Oh, Cindy, that is so nice of you. You guys are the best. Honestly, let me tell you what Cindy just said. She said, please regift she said, please regift as well. Just received my new stamps. That is so wonderful, Cindy. So let's do this. Thank you. Let's do another live one, right? Let's do another live giveaway. Why not? So the next couple of minutes, and if I forget, please remind me. In the next couple of minutes, I will draw another random lucky winner, and you will win as a very lovely regift from Cindy Hollenbach. You will win your choice of any of my new, any Lael by Mail stamp set. Okay? I love that. Thank you. That's so kind of you, Cindy. And thank you, Colleen. Yes, I just plugged in. Terry said we have the best craft family here. We do. Yep, we do. Everyone, you guys are just so awesome. It just makes me so happy to be here every Saturday. Gotta tell you that. Especially when it's been kind of a week. Then it makes me happy to be here. So I'm glad you guys are here with me. Otherwise I wouldn't be here, right? I wouldn't be here. Okay. So let's do this. Let's take a look at our lists from last week, and then I will draw, again, random draw. I'll scroll up in the chat, and wherever my finger stops, that is the person that will win Cindy's regift. Not regift. Regift always sounds, you'll be the beneficiary of Cindy's kindness. How about that? You can pick whatever stamps that you want. Okay, so here we go. We did three lists last week. And I have to say I'm proud of us. And when I say us, I mean me. I can say that. You guys know I like to talk. I chit chat, I talk. I mean, we're 20 minutes in and we're still chit chatting, but that's what we need to do, right? That's part of the reason we're here, is to be social and hang out. And if that's not why you're here, that's okay. Just fast forward every week and for the first 30 minutes and then you'll be good. But we got 3 lists done in 3 hours last week, which was good, right? Because sometimes it doesn't happen. So we did 3 lists last week. I have to laugh. Libby said, I always am amazed at your ability to chat and craft. Do you know what? It's something, it's funny. Vicki and I talk about things like this a lot, just because, we're both basically the same person living in different countries. We live parallel lives. It's something that comes very natural to me, but it's not easy. It is not easy. If it's not something that comes natural to you, it's not very easy to be chit-chatting and then also looking at the chat and also thinking about what you're doing and then also working and all of that. But I love it. It's so much fun. And I'm glad to hear you guys say you love to hear me talk, because guess what? If you didn't, you probably aren't here anymore, right? You're not here anymore. Jesse, you quit your job this week. Wow. That's always one. You don't know whether to say congratulations or whether to say I'm sorry or whether to say hang in there. But whatever is the right thing to say, then I'm saying it to you, okay? So here we go. Whatever's the right way to say, we're saying it. And I know I'm saying it, and I know also the people in the chat are there with you, right? Okay. So we did 3. Yes, someone said hence the squirrel. Absolutely. Hence the squirrel. Colleen said, Lael, when you have a time limit, getting all your lists done within the limit is your superpower. Yeah, it just, if I gotta get done, I gotta get done, right? And I wanted us to get done. So, all right, so last week we did 3 lists. We finished up, I don't know, we had just barely started this list the prior week, which that actually helped us a little bit get through 3. But this one is a This Is Us list, right? So we used the This Is Us stamp set, one of my stamp sets. We also used the Christine large numbers. The whole idea about this one was to document us. One of the things that's really important to me when we are together and we're listing and when I'm coming up with listing topics is that you feel like you can take any topic and make it work for you. So my kind of approach to this was This Is Us, Nick and Nick and me, right? They're a little dynamic duo. We've been married for 29 years and together longer than that. So that's how I approached this list. But when we talked about this list, we talked about This Is Us is however you define it. This Is Us could be your best friend. It could be your brother. It could be you and your pet. It could be your entire family. It could be a group of friends. It could be coworkers, whatever it is. So although I did this, with here we are as a couple, it could really be anything. So I never want you to, if you want to participate, I never want you to see a list topic and think it wouldn't work for you because of the way I approach it. There's always a way to mix it up, but that's how I did it. And I used the Groovy Darlin' collection from Jen Hadfield. We'll also be using this collection again today for one of our lists because I'm just enamored with it. It just is such a fun collection with there's a couple of different kind of feels to it. So we'll be using another kind of feel to the collection for a list later today. But there you go. This is us. Sometimes my lists have photos, sometimes they don't. Sometimes there's too much pressure. Honestly, for me, if I have to find a photo or photos to mix in, that sometimes would prevent me from making a list. So that's why some of my lists have photos and some don't. Next up, we did half of a list. This is kind of a joint list. We did the first half last week. We will continue that this week. So actually, I'm going to skip this list for a second and we'll jump to the next list. Then we'll come back and talk about this because that's the first one we're going to work on. Our third list was something that we've been doing about a year and a half. It is, the whole concept behind this list is to document a day. Pick a day and document it. Doesn't have to be an amazing day. In fact, I think it's almost better if it's just a regular old ordinary day. When we were doing this list last year, it was called Today Looks Like This. This year, I introduced a new stamp set called What a Day. And so now I call it What a Day. Pick a day, document. So basically, here it is. Here's my day. I posted this on social media. I had a number of people comment, whatever looks nice, yeah. But what they really liked was that I had a cookie for breakfast, which I thought was really fun. So we used that What a Day stamp set. I used the chipped sapphire distress oxide ink with this list. And it was, I almost started with black, but I went with that chipped sapphire and it pulled out the blue in that flower. And it just, I think, took it to a whole nother level. So I was very happy with it. Very happy with the way that turned out. Used my 6x8 grid, the Lail by Mail 6x8 grid paper, kind of as a base for that list. And sometimes, let me hold it up so you can see it. I have the lights pretty bright, so sometimes it kind of, makes it so you can't see that. But a nice alternative if you want something a little bit more exciting than just a plain piece of white cardstock. And there you go. I think you can see that. Again, I have the lights up really bright, just so it's kind of overcast a little bit outside today. And then I used some ephemera from Vicki Bouton's Old Soul mixed media pack, and then pattern paper, that background from her mixed media 12x12 paper pad. All right, and then we did this one. So whole idea, yes, I agree, the typewriter, Ms. L, I know, and a couple of you are saying, yeah, the typewriter, and that is just like quintessential Vicki Bouton, right? Just love that so much. All right, so let's go back to this guy. I went into this with the idea that this would be a 2-page list. Over the years, we have done a number of like compare and contrast lists, right? Good and bad, like, dislike, love, hate, things like that, then and now. And so with this most recent stamp release that I did, the July release, I introduced a stamp set called Opposites Attract. So the idea behind this Opposites Attract stamp set, I'm going to stop because we've now kind of gone through the 3 lists, even though we're in the middle of this. So I'm going to stop and we're going to do the giveaway. So the giveaway is Cindy Hollenbach was one of the winners last week, and she very graciously decided to pay that forward. So let's stop and Tybro Mom. So Carla, you are the random lucky winner of the of Cindy's generosity. So Carla, please shoot me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, put winner and then whatever Lail by Mail stamp set you would like. In the I think I have your email. I mean your address, but just in case, just make it easier. Put your name and address in the subject line of the email, and in the body of the email. That's a big subject line. Put your information in the body of the email, the stamp set you want, and we'll get it shipped out to you this week. So thank you again, Cindy, for re-gifting that, and then congratulations, Carla. Don't be sad if you didn't win. We still have 2 prizes that we'll do as after party prizes, so stay tuned on that. Okay. I did see there was a question. Someone had very graciously reminded people in the chat about there's a couple more days left in the sale and the $5 off coupon. So let's talk about that really quick. I am doing, this is the 4th year, Christmas in July sale. So all of last year's anything Christmas related is on sale from going up to 70% off, at least, probably more than that. And when you go to my website at lailbymail.com, you'll see that Santa right there. Click on that and you'll see. A lot has sold, so there's not a ton left, but still a good chance to, pick up some Christmas things, holiday things. But the other thing is running through the 31st is my part of my Christmas in July where I give back to you guys. So there is a coupon code for $5 off your order of 25 or more. And that coupon code is 5XMAS, XMAS 24. You will also see that when you go to lailbymail.com. That whole banner has all that information in it. So if you haven't shopped yet, use that coupon code, 25 or more purchase on the website, lailbymail.com. Now, what I don't know, I don't remember how I set it up. You may be able to use that again if you've already used it this month. So if you are placing another order and you already used it, try, because I don't remember. You may be able to. Okay. More or less. So we started out with the Forever Fields collection from Maggie Holmes. I love Maggie Holmes. I love everything she does. It's very interesting. I had, as I always do, I have product out here because this is product that I've kind of inspired me, plan to use on another list. This list took such a different turn in terms of the product and the color palette that I landed with. I had a lot of pink out. I pulled a lot of pink from that Forever Fields collection. And this has no pink in it. The ink color that I used, that is milled lavender. It's a distress oxide. I had a number of requests this week to bring in milled lavender because it's one of the colors. I think I probably carry about 60 of the distress colors in the oxide stamps, oxide inks. But milled lavender is not one of them. So if you were hoping for that, then just watch, because in the next probably 10 days it'll be in. So whole idea behind this list, more and less list. Last week we covered things that you do to escape. All right. So things I do to escape. I would like more of this because these are things that bring me a lot of comfort. Right. So we had a lively conversation in the chat about things that you do to escape. Maybe you read, maybe you watch TV, maybe you go for a walk, maybe you enjoy a glass of wine, maybe you do a little online shopping, maybe you're a little weird like me and you like to vacuum or put away laundry, whatever it is. But this was just kind of things that you do when you need to escape. Today's list that we're going to start out with, these are things that cause you to need an escape, all right? So this is like cause and effect. but this is an effect that you can control, right? You can control the things that you do when these things happen. All right. So we're gonna start with that. Again, I had used the Forever Fields collection to start with on this list. Now, what I did, even though I was not doing the rest of this list until today, I did my stamping because I had my stamps out, I had my ink out. It really made sense. So if you know that you're going to work on a project like this, but you're only going to do half of it now, as much as you can do to have yourself ready for next time. I mean, we love stamping, it's awesome, but if we have to get out our stamp again, and that's all we're going to do, we have to get out our ink again and remember what we used. We might as well do a little bit of batch work, right? That's basically what I did. I got this side ready with the pattern paper since I already had the pattern paper out. I did my stamping, I did the washi across the bottom because it would make it really take less time overall if I did those things at once. And then now we're just really focusing on the list and then maybe a little bit more decoration. So let's first, when we talk about decoration, I am going to pull out, I'm going to open up my little bin here of Forever Fields, and I need something. I know I need a little something here because it's really plain here. And so we could, generally when I'm working and it's a pretty basic list, like this for me is a pretty basic list, this is kind of my default. I do a little something in the lower right hand corner. Generally I do a little bit of washi, an icon or two, and then I call it good. But now that this is a double page, I need something on this side because this side is super plain, right? Generally what I won't do, and you just saw me kind of take this and move it one place and then move it another. Again, this would be like my default because it's what I normally would do here on a single page, but that for me does not work. That doesn't work for a couple reasons. Number one, we're like same, something here, something here. The other reason that doesn't work is the scale of this. So even if I didn't mind, this is so much bigger than this. It seems really off balance to me. So I started it there and then you saw me kind of move it over here thinking, hey, like, could I use this? Could I put it? It's a little bit better now that it would be up there. I still need to do something down here because I need my visual triangle, but it doesn't need to be giant, right? So could I have it be here? And could I maybe have it so it's not as big? Could I put it here and have it bleed off the page a little? That's an option, right? That's an option. So I've made a mess. I did not clean up before we left. So if you weren't with me last week, right at 1 o'clock, we had a hard stop at 1 o'clock because Nick and I were going out of town. We were jumping in our RV for a couple days. This works a little bit. I like that it's a smaller scale, but what doesn't work about it for me, unless the leaf is over here, and I'd really like the leaf to be over here a little bit more, but then to me, it's clearly upside down. All right, it's clearly upside down. So we're gonna keep looking. But we left, literally, I turned off the camera and we walked out the door. We were all ready to go. Well, I changed my shirt and then we left. So it was a giant mess in here. And it really didn't get picked up until, I don't know, Wednesday-ish or Thursday this week. And I just threw it all back in. So it's all just kind of a giant mess here. This little guy. So I kind of like this guy. It's still a flower, right? The Forever Fields collection has the gold foil accent. So it's kind of picking up a little bit of the gold foil from the butterfly flower, but different color and also different scale. So if I put that there, I think that would work there. So we're gonna do that. Generally when we're working, other than, and I guess in terms of me preparing for what I'm going to use ahead of time, generally you'll see something like this, where I pulled out things that inspire me, but I really don't necessarily have a plan of what I'm going to use. And that's how I work, right? If I spent all of my time ahead of time picking everything out and really all I was doing was adding things, I don't think that's how most of us work. And if I was watching someone, I think it would help me to go through that process of why I used what and why I was looking for things and why this worked or didn't work and this didn't work, but then I came to this one. So that's what I do. If you're new here, we just kind of pick things. I know ahead of time that I'm using a particular collection, but I may not necessarily know, the pieces and parts I'm going to use. Usually I do a rough sketch. I'll show you the rough sketches in a minute because they're kind of amusing. So I just put that little white paper there just to see, are we good there? Are we happy with the way that looks? I think so. I need to add maybe another little thing up there, but I think it's okay. I don't want it to get too far into this area, but maybe we have a little bit more room to pull some in like that. I don't know. I feel like that's too far. So we're going to go back to kind of how we had it, however it was that we had it. I just saw in the chat, let me see. Sarah said, but I don't know, where did that go? Yes, you can use coupon code 5Xmas24 multiple times. So there you go. If you are placing another order this month through the end of the 31st of July, 2024, and you've already used the coupon code, you can use it again. Wanda, are there new Christmas collections on the website? Yes, ma'am, there are. Just yesterday, I received my July ship order. How about that? July release order from Simple Stories. So Cider and Donuts is now live on my website. That is the fall collection from Simple Stories. Scary Stories is shipping now, and that I have it in stock. That's what I mean by shipping now. The Halloween collection, and then there's 2 of the 5 Christmas collections that Simple Stories has released and has started shipping. One is, I think it's called, I don't remember, Santa's Village, or I think it's Santa's Village. I think so. That is in stock, and also Snow Pine Lodge. Snow Pine Lodge, that's a sleeper. I tell you what, that's going. That's I'm seeing lots of orders for that, which is really fun. There are 2 more Simple Stories coming, but those will not release until August. They haven't started shipping them. They won't ship them until August. So, long story short, Wanda, yes, they are in stock and on the website. Okay, so there we go. I think we're good there. So I did have that bleed off the edge. So now all I need to do is just come over to this side and cut it off. Now, sometimes what I'll do is maybe try to bring this over somewhere and use the other half, right? You don't really notice it as much. I think I could do it down here though. I think I could do it down there. You don't notice it as much because, no, I'm not. I don't like it there. That's too even side by side. Do we like it there? I think so. So this is what I'm thinking in my head. We're actually going to end up with 2 visual triangles. And if you're not sure, is this guy almost out? Oh, he is. It's time to, I need to replace him. I'm just bringing in a glue pen because I just have some little small spots on here that, whoopsie, need a little bit more adhesive. And I can't necessarily get to them with my glue gun, or my tape runner, because it's, there's kind of smaller spots. So what I'm doing here, we'll end up with 2 visual triangles. What I mean by a visual triangle is a design principle that basically says, let me see if I can find one. So we kind of have a little bit of one going on. Well, we've got it going in a couple of ways, but visual triangle here, starting here, moving down here, up here. So you see you have that visual triangle. There are kind of 3 key elements that stand out on this spread, that, and that. So there is a visual triangle. If I didn't have this here and just came down, it would still be fine, but this page would be really blank, kind of be really plain. So what we're trying to do with the visual triangle is to draw our eye where we want it to go. So here, here, and then over here. This is an example of a visual triangle. Here on that single page, I really don't have a visual triangle, but what I have going here, I have here, here, and here with the visual triangle, okay, right? We see that, or even title, right? But then we're gonna end up with another visual triangle here, here, and something down here, all right? We just don't know what that something down there is going to be yet, but we'll have to figure it out soon, won't we? It needs to be, really, I've got to do something a little bit different than I normally do. I may end up with maybe a little stamped, I know it, I got it. I think we're gonna do a little stamped sentiment down here because I really don't wanna do another icon. If I do another icon, like when I put that in there, now it's just a lot, this is too much for me, right? That is way too much. It's too heavy across. And that's just me, right? Those are things that I see that it pretty much subconsciously happens. When I'm working, things like that just kind of subconsciously happen. All right, so we're gonna do a little bit of a list here and then we're gonna focus on this. And I think, I don't know, we may jump to that right away. I thought this would be fun to use on this side of the list. It is the Bad Day stamp set. So as part of my May release, there were two similar, one called All Smiles and one called Bad Day. So I'm thinking maybe Bad Day would work over here because these are the things that kind of make me need an escape, right? So let's see what might work because I think we could maybe hop in with that maybe right now. So let's see. Let's see what that might be. There are a few little bad words on this stamp set. I won't say what they are, but you'll be able to see them. This show, right? The SHIT show. And then you have this one, but it doesn't actually say that bad word. It has a little asterisk there, but then that's pretty much what's going on there. Everything else is like, not my circus, not my monkeys. Maybe that would be a fun one there. That could be fun, right? No, just no could work. Thumbs down could work there. Not okay, right? Swearing helps. Ugh. Thumbs down. I think we talked about thumbs down. Thumbs down, or I don't know. I feel like it maybe needs to be a little bit not okay. It needs to be something a little bit bolder. So if we did, or yeah, no, could work in there as well. I know. Let's do this. We're gonna do this now. We're going to take yeah, no, and we're going to take yeah, no, and we're going to take nope. Nope, right above it. Nope, yeah, no. So that'll give it a little bit more weight if I put those two things together. All right, and I feel like I should, I don't know whether I want to do that in black or I want to do that. I think what I'll do that in that same milled lavender. On this side, on the things I do to escape, I used the HE double hockey sticks, yes, from this stamp set. Oh yeah, right there. So if I do HE double hockey sticks, yes, right there, then nope and yeah, no kind of fit in over here, right? All right, so let's do that. We're going to use milled lavender because it's what I did over here. And then my using milled lavender for my stamp there as opposed to black really helped to make that stand out. Because if I'd done it in black, it might kind of just then get lost with all of my, writing. So let's get out a couple of things here. We're going to get out our stamping blocks and we're going to get out our little test stamping book. Whoopsie. Stamping blocks. So when I look at, oh my gosh, Lil. You guys just saw that coming from a mile away, didn't you? There they are. They went flying. My two stamps. So I am going to stamp those independently of one another. All right, I'm going to stamp independently of one another. I was just thinking about something that I saw in the comments, so I'll talk about that in a sec. I'm going to stamp them independently of one another. The reason I want to do that, I like to control how close my stamps are together. And by nature of the little extra kind of padding in the stamp material that you have to have around the stamp, it's going to make it a little bit harder for me to get them as close as I want together. So we'll use two different stamping blocks. I'm just kind of right sizing here. All right, so right sizing. If you can invest in, and they're not expensive, multiple size stamping blocks, that is one of the best things I can recommend for you when it comes to stamping. If you are a little bit timid when it comes to stamping, or maybe you haven't done a lot of stamping, if you do not have a lot of stamping blocks, then you have to go with the lowest common denominator, right? You need to have the largest stamping block to fit your largest stamp. So if this is the only stamp block that you have, that's okay. But what that means, when you have a little tiny stamp like this guy that says nope, I mean, that is like a boat swimming in a full ocean, right? It's just so small on there that gets a little bit hard to maneuver. It'll still stamp, but the problem is getting the right pressure without kind of wobbling it gets a little bit harder because it's larger. So if you can have a couple of different size stamping blocks, that's a good thing. And you'll see all those stamping blocks on my website. Some are mine, some are other manufacturers. Okay, so now that I have my 2 stamping blocks, the next thing I recommend is put your stamp face down, not upside down. Put your stamp face down on your work surface and pick it up with your stamping block. That is much easier than trying to place your stamp on the stamping block and get it straight, all right? Because you can get it straight on your work surface much easier than you can get it straight picking up in your fingers and trying to place on your stamp, okay? So we'll do the same with that one. I have already used these stamp sets, these stamps before, so I've already primed them and already conditioned them, or same thing, right? I've primed or conditioned them. That's really important. That is a really important part in your stamping process. Stamps, photopolymer for sure. I think also, going to assume also acrylic stamps, they need to be primed or conditioned before you use them. Because they have a really thin layer, a thin coating of like non-stick material that you can't see. So you need to get that off. And I'm just testing here first. This is another big thing. You should always, 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 in my opinion, test your stamp before you actually stamp it on your project. The reason for that is you want to make sure it's straight. You want to make sure that you picked the right color. You want to make sure there's not a little lint or hair on your stamp, which will affect the ink. It'll make it so the ink won't stick in that spot, and then you'll stamp, and then there's a hair mark or whatever. So test. And you'll always see me test. And I just have I have a couple of notebooks that I just have ready. So there's just all of my stamps are just in there from my testing. All right, so everything looks good. I want to start with the bottom stamp first because then that way I know where to put the one above it. Rose had suggested that I stamp on the washi. So here's the deal. I am not going to stamp on the washi. If I was using a black, I would feel better about stamping on the washi, but see that color? It would totally get lost. So I'm just going to pretend like it was this one. So you wouldn't even see it. See how you can't even see that? I did stamp on that. The other thing that you need to be aware of if you want to stamp on washi obviously, there's kind of a slick coating on top of it. You want to make sure that it is not going to rub off. In that case, I've got some of that ink. You can't really see it because it's blended right in. If you want to stamp on washi, test it for sure ahead of time, okay? Test it on something else before you go direct to your project. Now, there are different inks that you could use, theoretically, that may work stamping on washi. Possibly a Stay-On ink, S-T-A-Z? S-T-A-Y-Z? I don't remember. Anyhow, Stay-On, not my favorite type of ink at all. I don't use it, but that could potentially work on washi. We have had success in the past. Not on washi, but stamping on a photo. And when we tried that did work with the VersaFun Clear, that black ink that I always use. All right. So all of that to say, always test it first. I would never, ever, ever assume it would work and then just try it. Right, on my project. I try it on lots of other things, like I test it, but I wouldn't just try it. That would make me, well, it's just not in my nature to do that. All right, there we go. Nope, yeah, no. All right, so really quickly, I'm going to clean those guys off and put them back on the sheet, just because You don't want to lose them. I fear that I have lost my TH that goes with the What a Day stamp set because I could not find it when I put it away. Moral of the story, always clean your stamps right away and put them away so that you don't lose them, right? Because you don't want to have to buy one again, and you don't want to have to, you don't want to have to not be able to use something. All right, so there we go. And I think, how about if we do this? How about if we use our little smiley? Well, not smiley, that's a frowny. We'll use our little frowny face. That's my little handwriting, our little frowny face. There is also a little smiley face on the all smiles one, of course, right? All right. I think we'll do our little frowny right here. And then that will kind of help to bring all that together. There we go. Nope. Yeah, no. And the little frowny face. All right. So now let's clean that off. Hello, Maureen. Maureen, actually, I talked about it. I did. Maureen said, good afternoon, layout everyone. Apologies if I missed this, but are you able to get the milled lavender ink to use for this layout? Yes, I am. So I will order it when we are done today. And I am, let's see, if I order it today, it may come in later this week while I'm gone. But, Denise and Lily are here. So if it comes in, it'll be there. And if not, then next week. All right. So now we're ready for our list. I still need to keep milled lavender out. I need to get a bullet stamp. So bullet stamp is what I had used over here. On this left side, I call that a run-on list because basically I am just writing in like one big long run-on sentence. But the way that it's easily legible is that I use a little bullet stamp in between each of the things on my list. I also need to add the rest of my title here. So bullet stamp, let's get that. Let me put this guy away. Let's get my stamping stylus, which is basically a stamping block, right? We used a couple different stamping blocks so far, different size. This to me is probably the best example of right sizing your stamping block for the stamp that you're using. And that would be, I'm using this just little round bullet stamp. It is from the original Bullets and More set. So there are 3 Bullets and More stamp sets, but Bullets and More was the very first one, super basic. And that is what I will use to start my list. Now, before I do that, let's talk about the stylus really quick because I just kind of sped right past that. Stylus, because the bullet stamps are little teeny things, right? That is so small. Even if I have my very smallest stamping block, like that little round cylinder one I was using before, it's still really for me too big. So bullet stamps, that's how I came out with the little stamping stylus. It's a very easy tool for you to use when it comes to stamping because our hand is familiar with this shape, right? Look at, hand is familiar with the shape. It's just like a pen. So we're able to grip it easily and we just do our little stamping that way. Okay, speaking of pen, let's get out our pen because we need to do our title up here and then we'll start our list. Things I do to escape. These are things that cause me to need escape, things that make me need an escape, reasons why I need to escape. Here we go. Or why I need to escape. How about that? Why I need to escape. And then the more and less, more is things that I'd like more of this and less, I would like less of this. All right. So our list. I have made my list here in my little handy dandy listing workbook. That's what we have right here. So I always make my list ahead of time. Earlier when I mentioned that sometimes I sketch things out, you guys had no idea that I was such a talented drawer. Look am I so talented? That's a dog. Anyhow, sometimes I do have a little sketch in my mind of how I want things to look ahead of time, but yeah, there you go. All right, so things that, why I need to escape, things that are causing me to need to do more of this. These are things I'd like less of. I don't know, this varies time of year, and this is time of year very much in all of our worlds. Well, I don't know about all of our worlds. If you live in the United States, this is very much in our world right now. Politics, okay? Politics. And we're not going to say anything about said politics. We won't weigh in at all. But politics for me, one of the main reasons, especially right now, why I need an escape, okay? So politics, that's probably one of the biggest that would drive me to having a glass of wine, right? Politics. Another one, technical issues, right? Technical issues. Some of you, like Elise, were the unfortunate recipient of technical issues. The unfortunate recipient being on the other end of technical issues this past week with the CrowdStrike outage that they had that wreaked havoc on the whole world, which is scary that could happen, right? Technical issues, whether it's like that or whether it's, here we are, we're live streaming, everything's good, and then all of a sudden you can see me but can't hear, or you can hear me but can't see, things like that. Yes, so frustrating, right? So, yes, we need sometimes we need a release, right? Nancy said it looks like Pictionary. It totally does. That totally looks like Pictionary. It does, yeah. If you're on my team in Pictionary and you're trying to guess what I'm drawing, I'm sorry. I'm sorry ahead of time. I feel bad for you. All right, what else? Unanticipated delays. All right. I mean, delays are no fun, but if you know that they're coming, then they're a little bit easier to handle, right? But if they're unanticipated delays, then that's no good. Like Elise, I'm going to keep saying Elise. Elise sounds like had several delays with Delta this past week in trying to get home. This one, so we'll squirrel for just a minute. Generally, the way that my process works, throughout the week, I'm thinking of listing topics. Sometimes I'm thinking way ahead of listing topics, like in my notebook here, my workbook, we have lots of list ideas because it's just kind of running, list ideas. But Wednesday-ish, I'm kind of starting to narrow down what the list topics are. Thursday, that's when the blog post goes up, the email goes out on Friday. And in between then, I'm kind of thinking about things that are going to be on my list and thinking about, I've already thought about products used because that's part of the Thursday process. But Saturday morning, Nick and I have a routine. We wake up, we have coffee in bed, we're just chit-chatting, we're doing whatever, and then we start talking about what things are on my list. Because it's just kind of a fun, little thing to talk about. And so as we are talking about that, sometimes Nick gives me some really good ideas for things that should be on my list, right? Because he knows me well, right? And in this case, yes. So one of the suggestions he made today for this side of the list was very, very on point, and it's not something that I would have thought of. And probably the reason it was in his mind, because I did this yesterday and then came home and needed an escape. And I'm like, oh, no, I really can't write that. I really shouldn't be talking about that with other people. And he's like, why not? There are lots of people that are dealing with this, unfortunately. So this is very much, and it's just a reality. If you have been through something like this or going through something like this, generally with a parent, it is dealing with my dad's Alzheimer's. So there's nothing wrong with saying that. When I'm dealing with that, probably after that, I need an escape because it's heavy. I mean, it's frustrating, it's heavy, it's emotional, it is what it is. So that is another thing that is going on my list. And it's dealing with. I mean, really, I guess it is dealing with. So it's okay to say dealing with. I don't need to find exactly the right politically correct word to say it, but it is dealing with his Alzheimer's and memory issues and not eating and, just all different kinds of things. So, yes, that is something that leads me to need an escape. Again, probably the wine. I think the wine is probably a lot of this leads to wine. And that's okay. You know what? That's okay. No judgment zone. Well, you can judge me, but that's okay. Confrontation. Confrontation. I would much rather say nothing. And confrontation's an interesting word. Confrontation doesn't necessarily have to be something bad, right? It doesn't necessarily have to mean something bad. Maybe it's just having a conversation with someone that's a hard conversation to have. And it turned out wonderfully and beautifully, and everything is good. But this was something. The confrontation was something that that I had to do this week, and I won't get into any details because it doesn't matter. But that is part of what made it a really rough week, because it's not in my nature to do that, but it's something I needed to do. So sometimes doing something that you have to do, even though it's very much against your nature and it hurts, you still have to do it. So I did it. In that case, I didn't have wine. In that case, there were some tears involved. And so in hindsight, maybe crying would have been a good one when I need to escape. Sometimes to get out of that, tears help. Tears help. Louisa said confrontation is difficult for her as well. Patricia said, no judgment. I went through that with my dad 10 years ago. So I'm assuming not the confrontation, the Alzheimer's. Gracie Angel Create said, you are not alone, Lael. That is why I'm missing so many Saturday listings. Yeah, it's hard. It is hard. So those of you that have done that or are in the middle of that, or will be facing that, in the future. It's tough, right? It is tough. And Terry, I know Terry's gone through some things, right? She said, yes, nothing prepares us for dealing with our aging parents. Nick is so right. There are a lot of us dealing or have dealt with this. We need to be there for each other. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. Hello, Linda May. Nice to see you. There's a little bright spot. Nice to see you. All right. Uncertainty. Uncertainty. This will not shock any of you. I don't think. I am a planner by nature. So this causes me much stress, right? If I don't have control, I'm very much a control freak. Just ask anyone in my family, just ask my friends. They'll tell you, they'll be like, oh yeah. So if things are uncertain or things I can't control, that makes me need to kind of step out of the situation and escape. This one was so interesting, this next one, because again, going back to Nick and I were chatting this morning, and I wrote this first word, and he can't see what I'm writing, but as I'm writing this first word, he said the exact same thing, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's crazy. He even worded it the same. A creative block. Actually, we both said creativity block. A creative block. That's a hard one. That is a whoopsie. When you have to be creative because it's your business and you are having a creative block, that is hard, right? I mean, creative block isn't easy for anyone, but if you're a writer and you have a deadline because you're writing a book and you've got to get the next 28 chapters to your editor, it's hard, right? I've learned over the years that that's exactly when you need the escape. If the creative block is there, sometimes you just can't force it. You can't make it happen. So you escape. You go leave, you work on another project, you read, you organize, you vacuum, whatever it is. And then eventually that clears. But yeah, creative block. This one is Passive aggressive behavior. And I was going to say not my own, but I don't know, maybe it is my own, right? Passive aggressive behavior. I have very little patience for that. So I don't know, maybe that gets us into politics. So maybe that gets us into some of these other things as well. Change, right? I mean, change for a lot of us is not easy. But sometimes it's for the best, right? And then Jesse, if you're still here, after you told us you quit your job this week, I don't know if that is for the best thing, because I wasn't kind of, I was then doing other things, so I didn't follow. But right, so maybe it was a good thing for you. Not easy, but eventually for the best. And sometimes it's hard to see it when you're that close to it, right? For me, it's hard to see when I'm super close to it. Disorder. The older I get, the more this is an issue for me. No doubt. Disorder. So I may be needing a lot more escape here in the next month or so, because Sam, our younger son, is going to move back in, which love him to death. It'll be so nice to have him. He is moving out where he is with his roommates for, some reasons. Those don't matter. And then he is waiting for an undetermined amount of time to move in with someone else. So he's going to come home, which will be awesome. It'll be so great to have him. But let's be honest. He's a 23-year-old young man. And I don't know about you, but if you have any 23-year-old young men in your life, at least in my life, that tends to bring some disorder. They're not exactly the, picking up all their stuff all the time, or not leaving things on the counter, or, all of those things. So I'll be doing probably some escape as it relates to that. All right, so there we go. I think, you know what? Other than needing to date this, I think I'm good. I think I'm going to call this good. Wanda said, my mom has dementia and I took care of her for months. Now she is living with my sister. Wanda, I know, I know how difficult that is. And I'm sorry that you're going through that. It's probably very helpful that your sister can be there to help take over when needed, right? So hopefully that's a good thing. Hopefully that's a good thing. Let's see. Terry said, one of the best little tidbits of advice she can give anyone that's going through this with a parent: take pictures even on the hard days. It helps to document this stage of life too. That's super important, Terry. And I know that you've been through that. So thank you for sharing that. Thank you. Julie said, tears are a way for us to cleanse the soul. It can be very healing. People always tell me I'm weak because I cry. I believe it's healing and makes me stronger. Yep. You know what? I would agree. I agree, Julie. You know what? Don't let anybody tell you that. Don't let anybody tell you that. Nancy, I love that. I was talking about Sam and this disorder, and she said, who are you kidding? That's my husband. Oh, I love it, Nancy. And Kim said, yay, Sam. Yeah. Hi, Shannon. Nice to see you, Shannon. Shannon said, you have to have something that takes you away for a bit. It's definitely draining, right? And that's on all these things, right? And that was the whole point of this list, is when you have all of these draining things, what are the things that you do to escape? And sometimes, we had fun with this list. We're playing and adding, stamping and adding embellishments and washi, whatever. But sometimes doing something like this, when you're deep, heavy into some of these things, to have this where you can go back and go, you're so mired in this, you're like, oh my gosh, what can I do? Well, if you have this written down, now you have a reference point, because sometimes when you're in this, it's hard to see any of this. You just think, oh my gosh, I need something, I need an escape, but it's hard to remember these things. So sometimes if you have written these things down, you probably know all of these, but these sometimes are a little bit harder to come up with. So if you have written these down, then you have a reference point to go back to. And when we do these things, I always say you only need two things to make a list. You need something to write with and something to write on. So if it helps you just to write down on a spiral notebook these things for you, places or things that you can do, places you go, whatever it may be, to escape, and then you have that as a reference point. Doesn't have to be fancy. Just write it down, right? Just write it down. Terry said her 30-year-old son had to move home recently. It's a blessing, and yet it has its moments, right? For sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. All right, let's go. Let's go to our next list. Our next list is, we have two. We should probably do the next one this, because it's got all of the product that I have out here. So this list is good things, basically good things that happened in the last 6 months. This list we've done a couple times. The first time that we did this list was a suggestion from my friend Christine. So some of you might remember Christine. Christine did a line of hand-drawn stamps for me last year, I want to say. So this is me. I heart this, all the Christine number stamps. She, early in the pandemic, and I should have figured out where this was before. Here and Now, maybe? I pulled out the idea book so I can find it, chapter 1876. Let's see. She had suggested a list topic way back then. No, good things. It was good things that happened in, maybe it's here. It was good things that happened in the last 6 months. And it was early in the pandemic. I could tell you, I know exactly what it looks like. It was early in the pandemic. And she said, hey, you know what? Things are so heavy. What if, here it is, good stuff about the last 6 months. She said, maybe a list about the good things that happened in the last 6 months would be something that might be helpful for everybody. So it was September of 2020, right? And so we sat down and did a list about the good things, and that was hard. Sometimes that was like really digging deep to come up with what the good things were. So this type of list, if you have had a really tough week, a really tough month, a really tough year, a really tough day, maybe sit back and make a list of the things that were good, right? Because you can always find the good. You can always find the good. Maybe it's that the Olympics started. Maybe it's that it wasn't raining. Maybe you went to the store and they had your favorite fruit on sale, right? So sometimes you have to dig pretty deep to find something like that. And when we did this list, trying new recipes, less travel, Schitt's Creek on Netflix. Let's see, I'm trying to read this. Staying connected to friends, Zoom, right? So, like I said, back then had to dig pretty deep to come up with some of those things, but those were some of the things that, just some examples of things that if you're having a hard time remembering or identifying things that were good in the last 6 months, fresh flowers, it wasn't snowy and icy outside when you were driving to work, or, you know, whatever it may be. All right, so good things in the last 6 months. We're going to start here. I am using Vicky's new Bold and Bright, Bright and Bold. I always get this wrong. Oh, Bold and Bright collection. So Vicky's newest collection, really fun, classic Vicky, great icons, lots of really beautiful, bright colors. I am going to also use a stamp from the Opposites Attract stamp set. And that would be the word good, right? That would be the word good. Kylie's watching while cleaning carpets, right? So guess what? That's funny. We did a little, well, when I say we, I mean Nick. Nick did a little cleaning of the carpets yesterday. And that would be a good thing, right? So sometimes the good thing is when you're cleaning the carpets and you dump the water, seeing how dirty the water was, because you're like, oh my gosh, that was good that I did that. All right, so good. This is an example of using that Opposites Attract stamp set when I'm not doing an opposite. It's just good things. Now, if you wanted to do an opposite, like we did here, this could be good things in the last month and bad things in the last month, okay? Or you could do the same list, but do like and dislike or love and hate or whatever it may be. So we'll start with that. That'll be part of our title, good. And I'll say things that happened in the last 6 months. So that will be there. What I need to decide, I think I am going to use pattern paper. Oopsie, that needs to go back in the Forever Fields. Using pattern paper for my base, I think. So I pulled out some things. I've got that. I have that. So I could do those two together if I wanted. I could do yellow, but you know what? Okay, here's an example of before you ever decide what you want to use, pull out a couple of different options because look at how different. You pull in yellow, you pull in pink. I mean, that's so different. And I can get a totally different feel for things just by changing up the color of what I add. But I think so far I like this guy. Now, if I did something like this, I mean, that is a lot, right? There's a lot going on there. But I'm not making my list on there, right? I'll end up putting down either white cardstock or I may put down, we could go with lined paper. All right, so we could go with the lined if we did, well, either way, we would just end up with a little bit like of that and then a little bit of this. Before you kind of really settle on your papers, I always recommend that you figure out what's going to go on top first, because sometimes you put like this, let's say. Sometimes you might put something on top and then go, oh, wow, I lost so much of that pattern. So maybe this doesn't really work. Or if I go like that, well, that doesn't work. Well, it still would work, but totally different. You know what I mean by that? So before you settle on something, but I think what I might do, I think I'll use these two pieces to write my list on, but I'm going to use one of them upside down. And you don't really know that it's upside down because on purpose, there's really no top or bottom to this paper. You know, on a regular piece of notebook paper, you know what's the top and the bottom because the top has more space. Well, here, that was one of the reasons I did this. There's no really top or bottom. So I can trim this, use this here, and then trim this one this way. And that kind of gives me a nice little, just little margin there to play with. So let's do that. I'm still not sure about this yet. I don't know. I think I might go with that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So let's get our trimmer out. How's everybody doing today? I didn't even ask you that yet. Joe Disney fan said, how do they look on the green or the purple? Well, let's look. Okay, let's check out that too. So, starting out, we know we need to start. I know I'm going to use this one. So I pulled out papers from the Bold and Bright 6x8 paper pad. And when I'm working in my traveler's notebook, I'm pretty much always using 6x8 paper if 6x8 paper is available. In this one, there was no 6x8 paper pad, so I just had to cut down 12x12. But if I can use 6x8, I prefer to use 6x8 for a couple of reasons. Number one, that pattern is scaled down to size. So if we had a 12x12 paper of this, same version, same design, those circles would all be larger because it'd be scaled up for a 12x12, be scaled down for a 6x8. So I have a smaller scale, which I like. But the other reason is I am making my list in a traveler's notebook, and the inserts that I use are 5 by 8.25. All right, so 5 by 8.25. If I can take a 6x8 paper with a 5 by 8.25, that means I'm not going to have a lot of extra waste. All right, so I trim these to 4 3/4. 4 3/4. So that will be the base of my list there on the right. Now, this piece that we have left over, sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't. So an example of when we used it was last week with this list. 6x8 paper. That was the piece. Basically, that's that piece that I had left over right there. So don't necessarily throw these away because you might need it at some point to be able to help to join or link one page to the other. Okay, so another example of how I might use a paper like this little piece that's left over is maybe I decide this is only going to be one piece of pattern paper. Maybe I only want to use one piece of pattern paper and I want to have it work like that, where this piece is just the continuation of here. And maybe I start to write my list over here on the base of the insert and then do something like this over here. Now, I'm not going to do that, and I know I won't do that because I know my good would be then really jammed kind of in that space. So, but save those pieces because you never know. And then the back side of that, just nice little stars. All right, I need my corner rounder. I like to round the corners because the corners of my inserts are rounded. So I'll just round those outside corners. That will go there. Now, we have green. We could use green too, right? We could use green. Look, it gives it a totally different look when we run with the green. I love that color green. I've been really into that color this year, like clothing wise. You're starting to see a lot of that green. Linda May, have I ever done a mini book project in the Simple Stories flip books? I have. Linda May, I have. But it's been a couple years since I've done them. I'm still just liking that pink though. I'm still liking the pink. I think that's what we're going to end up with. But there's a whole bunch of different, colors and papers and patterns in that paper pad. All right. So we're going to do this one to 4 3/4 as well. That guy, I need to just trim off a tad of that. I never trim the height when it is the base page. The reason I don't, ooh, Lil, get that back there. I don't know, maybe I'm going to change my mind. I'm a woman. It's a woman's prerogative to change her mind, right? I'm going to do green because this is something it seems like I would always do. Always do pink. So I haven't used green very often. So I'm going to go with the green. Good morning, Nancy Mars. How are you? You've been working in the garden. Oh, I bet that's lovely. I bet that is lovely. Good for you. All right, we're going with the green. All right, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually work on this list off the page. When I say off the page, when we do our About Last Month lists, those are always on the page, right? I'm always doing those directly in the insert itself. But as I start to get deeper and deeper into my Traveler's Notebook, sometimes it gets a little bit easier to work on a list, to create a list off the page like this. And then when I'm done, I just go in and kind of glue it all in. So that's what we're going to do. We'll set this guy off to the side for a bit. I need to now use these guys. So if that's 4 3/4, I feel like, I don't know, I'm going to say 3 3/4. But if I go 3 3/4, I need to make sure that I have enough room there. I do. All right. Enough room for my title. So 3 3/4 width. And then whenever I do that, it's always 7 inches tall. Now, what will be interesting here is, good. All right. So we'll use this other piece of lined paper. It needs to also be 3 3/4, but it will get used the other way. Upside down. But really upside down just so we have kind of our little frame there, right? We have the frame. So those lines on both sides. All righty. Now, when I made my little sketch, can you guess which die cut that is? That one. It looks just like it. Really, I should be designing product like this because I could very much, design something like that based on my sketch there. So I thought I would use this. Now that I've picked that paper though, over here it kind of blends in because there's circles and then there's those little guys. So what if this was over here? Actually works way better over here, doesn't it? So I think we'll do it over here instead. Now that's going to kind of change a little bit how I was going to do things, because I wanted to put, I had the little dog, remember? There's the dog. I had the dog over on this side, which clearly now the dog can't go there. So the dog now, I don't know. I don't think the dog is going to work on this side. So maybe we ditch the dog and we just start bringing in oh, okay, this could be fun. What if those little flowers? No, if it was just one O, I think it would be cute. I don't know, we could see. Maybe we'd just do one O. Maybe it would still be cute. I don't know. I think that could be kind of fun. So if we do a little flower there, then we wouldn't necessarily do another flower over here somewhere, right? But we might. We probably could do that. Maybe we end up with one that's a little bigger. And then we have another one over there, maybe. It's funny because the cat just doesn't now really go with the butterfly and all that, but I like it, so it's going to stay. It is going to stay. I like a little bit more the pink over here, but this is quite large. That is quite large now. Unless part of it got, I could do that. And if I just kind of cut part of it off the edge, maybe like that. I feel like with this guy, because I have so much green over here, then that's just a lot of green using him. But I like that scale better, but I think we'll make that work. What we'll look at though, let's take a look at that collection. I'm going to go to the stickers. Let's look at the stickers. Mostly Mandy. Yes, Reggie is in his basket. He's in his little bucket on the edge of my desk. He's sleeping away. He is sleeping it away. Jody, what did I miss? Does anyone have the Cliff Notes? List one done. There you go. Love the comparison between the drawing and the actual die cut, right? Yeah. We don't have to be an artist to do this. Luckily, we don't have to be, because someone else is the artist and does all the nice product for us. Okay. So if I'm kind of liking, right, this butterfly in the pink, look at, we have those little guys. Those maybe little guys could work there. So this is the sticker book. Ooh, another little cluster of butterflies. That could be nice, right? That could be nice. I'm just looking to see what else that we have. All right. Let's kind of keep these little guys in mind. Either one of those little clusters. Now let's take a look at where's the stickers? Where are the 6x12 stickers from this collection? Why are they not in their little container? I do not know. Well, guess what? They're not here for some reason. I think there are 6x12 stickers in this. Well, we'll use what we have handy. I won't go get them if they're downstairs. If I have them, I won't go get them. We'll work with either of these. So we have three little choices here. Well, three that we're going to work from. We have this guy, and then we'll cut part of him off, potentially. We have this little cluster of butterflies, and then we have this little, let's look at this. Let's look at this. See what we think about this over here. No, it's too small. I feel like it's too small. And we don't want to go down here because then we've got this giant and then nothing. So that guy's too small. Let's go back and look at this guy and see if we like this up there. And if not, we'll just make our big pink butterfly work. So I like that, but I don't know. I feel like there's maybe too much going on, too many colors with all of that. So we're going to go back to that butterfly. We're going to use our Shrinky Dink machine and put it in the oven and shrink it down. Wouldn't that be nice? Yes, Joe. Joe said, "What's the name of this collection again?" It's a Vicky Bouton collection, and it is bold and bright. So bold plus bright, bold plus bright. All right. So let's start doing some gluing. Let's start doing some gluing. Well, adhering, whatever you want to call it. So I made a very long list of good things that happened over the last 6 months. Now, we're 7 months into the year, so the hard part, and really for me, it's really going to be, even though it'll be a little bit more than 6 months, it's basically good things that happened so far this year, but I'm going to call it good things in the last 6 months. So some things I was able to think of right off the bat. No problem at all, right off the bat. Other things, I was like, okay, now what? So you know what I did? I went to my traveler's notebook list that we've done earlier this year, and I started going to my about last month lists, like that. So I can pull up this list and look at the photos and then read and go, oh yeah, that happened. Oh yeah, that happened. Oh yeah, that happened. So in some cases I need a little bit of filler, and the filler came from going back to my about last month list. Now everything here is going to go down flat. And pretty much when I'm working in a traveler's notebook, everything goes down flat. I don't use any kind of dimensional adhesive or pop dots or foam squares. I don't use any kind of enamel dots or anything like that. Because, and don't get me wrong, I love things that are dimensional. In my scrapbook pages and mini books, I use those things a lot. But I don't use them in my traveler's notebooks. The reason why is if I had a whole bunch of lumpy bumpy things in here, and then I go here to write on a page, it's going to cause me problems, right? Because there's lots of lumps and bumps that happened in earlier lists. So I keep things very flat here. Hello, Deborah. Nice to see you. Louisa, is the paper one of your new products? This is. So there are two different versions. There is a lined 6x8, and then there is a grid 6x8, and they both use kind of that same light blue color. And you'll see them on the website, Louisa. Louisa or Luis? Louisa. All right. Here we go. We're going to do this little guy. And anytime, so you'll notice, I just cut off a little bit of that balloon. It's not half. I try to stay away from doing halfsies. If I am cutting something like this guy, I would not want to cut in half right there. To me, that would just look really odd if I cut it in half. So usually I'm going for like a third or maybe 2/3. So in this case, a third. This case, it's going to be more 2/3. And that's, that's just something that to me happens naturally. But if you are doing something like that, think about that. Generally, you're looking at odds, things that are odd, right? There is another design principle when you are working with art or graphic design called the rule of thirds. So it's kind of different, but what we've done there, we don't want half. We did a third off. We don't want half here. We did a third off. If you think about, this is a really good kind of way to think about rule of thirds. When it comes to placing things, generally they say you don't want to place things in the middle. If you think about hanging a picture on the wall in your home, generally you're never putting the picture in the middle, right? If you look at the ceiling and the floor, you're not hanging something in the middle. Generally, you're hanging something in the top third, right? So you'd be hanging it up here. If this is our wall, we're hanging something in the top third, generally not the middle, and generally not the bottom third. So if you kind of think about things that way. So we've done it in a couple of ways. We've kind of done rule of thirds here as well. This piece is in the top third. I didn't put it in the middle. You almost never see me put something right directly in the middle because it just kind of looks too off to me, all right? But all of that's to say, you do whatever you think looks good. But if you ever do something and it doesn't look right and you know it doesn't look right and you're not sure why, some of those things that we've talked about, the visual triangles, the rule of thirds, if you think it doesn't look right and you try to remember those things, that may help you to see what is maybe needs to change. Hello, my friend Vicky Booten. Look at what we're playing with. Look what we're playing with. We're playing with Bold and Bright. I get to see Vicky next week. Oh my gosh, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 4 days. 4 days with my friend Vicky. I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh, Julie, I love that. What a great suggestion. Julie said, my dad had dementia. I found the best thing to lift his spirits was music. And I would play on my iPad the old music he loved and he would sing along. The memory of music was the last thing he lost. Julie, thank you for suggesting that. That is wonderful. I'm going to, next time I see him, I'm going to remember that and I will do that. He has an Alexa and I have many, many, many times. And if you have experienced dementia or Alzheimer's with anyone, then this totally rings true. I'll say, Dad, just say, hey, Alexa, play, whatever. Play Tony, Orlando, and Dawn. I don't know why that just came to mind, but anyhow. And then he'll say it and he'll do it and he'll remember. And then 5 minutes later, I'll say, hey, Dad, we should play some music. And he'll go, okay. And I'll say, do you want to do it? And he'll be like, don't know. And then, I'll do it again. So I wish it was something, even writing notes and putting a big note on Alexa. Dad, say, hey, Alexa, play. And then he just, yeah. So I wish that he would remember things like that he could do for himself when we're not there, but I can certainly do that when I'm with him. So I love that suggestion, Julie. Thank you. All right. Louisa. There we go. Thank you. Are you packed yet, Vicky? I'm gonna be packed by end of day tomorrow. Yes, tie another ribbon. Tie a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree, which I won't sing. I won't sing. I can't do that. All right, so good things that happened in the last 6 months. I think we're kind of off to a good start. We're off to a good start on our good things that happened in the last 6 months. I will do my little outline here because, that's what we need to do. Oh, you know what I wish I had done, but that's okay. Actually, I probably could still do it. I think I might still do it. I'll explain in a sec what I'm talking about. I will explain. Whoopsie. My bracelet's getting stuck to the good stamp. Get to the good part. Who sings that song? Get to the good part, get to the good stuff, something like that. All right. So what I was saying, oh shoot, I should have done that before. I am going to, it'll be okay, maybe. Let's see if I can get this off. I would have liked to have inked the edges of those papers. Oh yeah, no problem. I am going to ink the edges of these papers. They're a little stark, right? The white's a little stark, so I'm just going to ink the edges. I've just used my little lifting tool to slide right under there. So those came off, no problem. Just slide that little lifting tool right under there. And that's one of the products that you'll see on my website, that little lifting tool. That's what it's called, a lifting tool. All right, and I think, I don't know, we might go with blue again. That kind of looks like chipped sapphire to me. It looks like chipped sapphire, so let's look. I have my little swatches here, my ink swatches of all of my distress inks. Look at that, chipped sapphire it is. All right, so when we ink the edges, this is about the only mixed media that you will see me do, and really, it's a stretch calling it mixed media. It's a stretch. It's a stretch. All right, so I'm going to take my little foam blending tool. That's the little handle. And oopsie, don't do that, Lil. Okay, let's set these off to the side somewhere so that doesn't continue to happen. I'm taking my little foam blending tool. I have swatched all of Jackie. I love it. She said, you keep making my Alexa go off because I'm saying the A word. I'm saying the A word. All right. I'm taking my foam blending tool. These are all of my foam blenders swatched, right? So they're just all here. That one is chipped sapphire. This is my little, I don't even remember what it's called. It's on the one I'm using. That is one of my products, and it is a way for you to swatch and store being the key, all of your little foam blenders, okay? If you like to use a little foam blending tool, and you may use it for lots of different things, I just generally use it for inking the edges of things. You do not want to cross-contaminate any of these little foam pieces by color. So you would not want to use faded jeans, the same blending or little foam piece with chipped sapphire, because that's going to give you a blend between those. So when you want the lighter version, well, it's all blended together now, so you're kind of stuck with the darker. But the other thing, and this is probably the most important, you do not want to cross-contaminate your Distress Oxides with, even if it's the same color, your Distress Inks. They have different properties, okay? They have different properties. And if you are cross-contaminating using the same little foam piece for the Distress and the Oxide version, they're cross-contaminating each other. So the properties you may love about one are going to go away, or may get overtaken by the properties of another. So, for example, Distress Oxide is a pigment-based ink. Pigment-based inks take a second to dry. One of the nice things about making them, that they take a second to dry, is that they can then be blended with other colors, right? So I can blend, or maybe do like a little bit of a ombre technique while that ink is still a little bit wet, if it's an oxide. I can't do that with, well, I'm going to say I can't. I don't know. You may be able to if you're a fancy mixed media person like Vicky, but it's much harder to do. How about that? If you are, wait, hang on. Oh, that's where it was, right? That's where it was. No, it was all the way over here. It's much harder to do if you're using a regular Distress ink. Anyhow, all that to say, if you are using your little foam blenders, make sure that you have one for a Distress version, other one for a Distress Oxide version. And that's how I store them all and know what they are. And yeah, there you go. Oh, not done yet. Let's do the other one. So when I did that one, let's look at the two side by side. So look at how much, look at the difference there. By just blending my chipped sapphire on that piece, it's just not so stark, right? It just kind of helps it all blend in together a little bit better. And all I did to do that, you watched me do that, I'm just taking that little foam blender, rubbing on the top in a circular motion to get ink on that foam piece, and then I'm just inking the edges, okay? These are a domed, that little head, the foam piece is domed. They make domed versions and then flat-sided versions. I much prefer the domed versions. The domed versions came after the flat-sided version. The domed versions make it so you don't get such sharp edges when you are working with them. And that's whether you are blending or inking the edges like I am, or if you are really any kind of blending. I think it's just a little bit softer when you have those little guys instead. And all those things, the little tool, the foam heads, you'll see on my website. Ooh, oh, Leo, that was almost really bad. You guys couldn't see that, but I held this like towards my stomach, towards my midsection, just to hold on to it. And I have a white striped shirt on, but I don't think I got any of that. I don't think I got any of that chipped sapphire. It's white and navy, so I was going to do it. Hopefully it would get in the navy part, right? But I think we're okay. Oh, whoops. Wow. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. We're good. We're all good. All right. I think that little guy went right about there. Yes, I like that much better now. It just is, it's just not so stark, right? It's just not so Tony Stark. Okay. So now the next question is for good. Good. I have good things that happened in the last 6 months. So we know we want that guy to be up top a little bit. Do I want to use a chipped sapphire? Do I want to try to use a green? Maybe mowed lawn? I don't know. Let's think about it. Let's think about it. Do I carry the adhesive to go on the plastic storage container your inks are in? Wanda, so let's talk about this for a second. Now, well, not now that, but when Tim announced his last color, his final color in the Distress Ink family, I redid this. And I redid all those little circles because prior to that, the circles were just kind of taped down using strong double-sided tape. So once he was done with all the colors, I kind of reorganized everything. They're now all together. That is just packing tape, Wanda. That's clear packing tape. So, you know, like the packing tape that comes on a roll that's maybe about, I don't know, 2 inches wide. So that, you know, you just find it at the grocery store, really. Just, you know, get a small roll of that, and that's what that is. So now they're all nice and on there. That's a great question. And everyone's Alexa is playing now, isn't that? And Shannon, the question is, was Alexa playing Tie a Yellow Ribbon Around the Old Oak Tree by Tony Orlando and Dawn? If so, I'm sorry. And I have to apologize because now everyone, all that song is running through all of your heads. And you're like, oh gosh, I really didn't want that to be running through my head today. All right, so I could use mowed lawn. Well, let's see. Let's look at green. Let's look at green and see. Mowed lawn. Mowed lawn is a pretty close match. If I used mowed lawn, it would work, right? It would work. There's no green in this. Those are different shades, but it's certainly there. And there's green over there. I don't know. Should we just do it? I think we should just do it. Let's just do it. Before we do that, though, I clearly need to clean this off because it's got black on it. I didn't clean it off well last time. So let's grab our stamping block and our little test book here. Okay, someone, it kind of reminds me of this a little bit. My friend Allison sent me this last year, I think. Just this little squirrel lives matter, like so fitting, right? And that's what I use when I'm testing. But someone, I want to say maybe J-Lo. So J-Lo, Jennifer Lopez, no, not Jennifer Lopez. Yeah, no, I am not friends with Jennifer Lopez. J-Lo, and now Jennifer LaShaw, help me, Shannon, LaShavio? I don't know how to pronounce her last name. Anyhow, one of you guys, someone I know. I think it was her. Maybe it was in the Lail by Mail Facebook group, or maybe she just sent me a photo and she said, oh my goodness, you need a new license plate. Yeah, Wanda, I know, name dropper, right? So J-Lo joins us frequently. And if you didn't know, Mary J. Blige does as well. Mary J., I don't know if Mary J. is here today, but Mary J. Blige also likes to join us. Mary J. Blige is a nickname I gave to Mary J. And I just asked her if I could call her that. And she said yes. Not the real Mary J. Blige, obviously, but then J-Lo, that's really her name. I mean, that's her nickname. Jennifer LaShavo, I don't know. Anyhow, so all this to say, someone sent me an email or posted somewhere and said, Lail, I saw this license plate and I really think you need this license plate. Well, I have not been able to get it out of my head. And it's a license plate. It's a personalized license plate that said squirrel. Okay, so personalized license plate, you know, vanity plate or whatever you call them. And it said squirrel on it. And I have not been able to get that out of my head. So my car needs to be re-registered in August. Guess what I ordered last week? Utah has a brand new plate, I don't know, within the last year. This is why all this reminds me of it. And it's dark black. It's just black. The plate is black with white letters. So guess what I ordered? I ordered a vanity plate, and it says SQURRL or SQRRL. I don't know, whatever I could find. Yeah, so I have a vanity plate coming, and it says squirrel on it. Isn't that fun? All right, I don't know how I know, because it reminded me of that black, because it has white letters. All right, anyhow. Let's see, we squirrel a lot here, don't we? We squirrel. All right, good. And we think we're going with mowed lawn. So let's grab mowed lawn. Let's grab the mowed lawn. Oh, Sandra, that's beautiful. Sandra said, we videotaped my mom during her dementia, singing to the songs my dad had serenaded with her 80 years ago. Oh, I love that. That is beautiful. There is one of my sister-in-laws had told me about, and I don't remember the woman's name. There is an account on Instagram where it's a mother-daughter, and the mother has Alzheimer's, and the daughter is well, her caretaker. But it is a beautiful account about just the mom. And the mom today, with her Alzheimer's. So it's been kind of helpful. It's been kind of helpful for me to watch. Like the other day, they were dancing. They were dancing in the kitchen, and they were dancing to These Boots Were Made for Walking. Do we want to do good? Do we like good? I think we like good. I think we're going to use that. I know we're going to use good, but I like the green. Okay. But anyhow, and she said, the mother doesn't remember why she likes the song, but she had been divorced years and years and years ago, and it was kind of a trying time. And the mom loved that song, and she listened to that song while she was going through the divorce, just to kind of help her. Anyhow, music's very powerful. Music is a very powerful, I don't know. Music's my thing. I love to listen to music, far more than I like to watch TV. Joe Disney fan, that's interesting. So Joe Disney fan said, do you think you would ever allow us to build our own bundle of stamps on your site? Not sure it would work, but maybe a set discount on quantity, or if around same price point. Why not? Why not, Joe Disney fan? I need to figure out how to do it, but why not? Okay, so there we go. I do have a little spot there. Do you see my G kind of has a little bit of spot there where the ink did not quite adhere? Now that could have come from a couple of reasons. I just completely went through that process of cleaning it off, and I didn't even tell you what I was doing. I cleaned it off with my chamois, and then I dried it. The drying part was super important. Drying your stamp before you ink it or re-ink it is really important, especially if you are working with a distress oxide or a pigment-based ink. Pigment-based inks are water reactive. And so if all I do is wipe that off like that and I don't dry it, and then I put ink on it, same ink or even a different color, it is going to react with the water. And it seems like when you're working with like greens, well, it'll happen with a lot of different colors. It depends on what color pigments are used to blend to make up the color. You'll get some really weird things happening. Not weird, it can be really cool because the water's reacting with the pigment. But if it's not something you're planning for, then it's not necessarily a good thing if you're not planning for it. So it could be I didn't quite get all of the ink off there that was there before, and that's why I have that little space. It also could be, nope, it's not. I was going to see if the adhesive got in the way of it a little bit. In either case, I still have a little bit of a space there. So there's nothing wrong with that, but for me, I would see that and it would drive me crazy. Just that little space where the ink didn't quite adhere. That is where I decide it's time to clean my ears. Not really. But that's where I pull. Phyllis, Debbie, yes, it is. So what I was telling you about the account before, the daughter and the mom with Alzheimer's, the mom's name is Phyllis. Thank you, Debbie. Yes, that's it. So this is what I grabbed. I grabbed a Q-tip. I'm not going to clean my ears. A Q-tip, I'm just going to show you the before and after. Do you see how there's just that little kind of spot where the ink didn't adhere? And it's nothing wrong with that. You could totally keep it, but for me, that would just bug me, all right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take out my little Q-tip, and we'll break it in half because I don't need both ends. So I'll save that other end. So I am going to deposit a little bit of ink on that Q-tip, all right? And now I am going to just very lightly, very gently kind of paint that area where the ink didn't necessarily adhere. All right, there we go. Now it's all good. So I obviously clearly have a stash of coupons Wow. I have a stash of Q-tips in one of my, drawers behind me. And anytime that happens, I just pull out a Q-tip and then I fixed it. All right. Oh, we need to put this guy back. So let's put this guy back. Now, I need to move these out of the way in case I happen to drop it, right? Because that's happened before. I'm also going to get a wipe out because I know what will happen here in a minute. You want to talk about giving me the heebie-jeebies? I don't like to get ink on myself, hence why I don't do mixed media. Okay, so there we go. And then I just use my little wipe. It's a good idea. If you're working with ink, I will always have a paper towel or baby wipes or something right with me, because even if you don't mind getting ink on your fingers, you need to get that cleaned off because you don't want to then transfer a nice inky fingerprint to your project. Well, at least I don't. Right? At least I don't. Okay, so now we are ready for, we need our title, and we also need this little guy. I just really like that little guy right there. Good. Yes, I think I need it here. Because that to me looks like it says God. Now there's nothing wrong with that, but to me that looks like it says God, and when it says God things that happened in the last 6 months, it's going to be a little different. But here it doesn't look like God to me. I don't know why, but that's where I want it. Good. That was mowed lawn. Wanda, that was mowed lawn. Music therapy, yes, music therapy. I love music. Love, 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 love. I'm the person that, I don't know, this would be a hard one for me. If they said you're on a stranded island, desert island, you're on a desert island, and if they said you could have TV or music, hands down, I would pick music. But then if they said you could have a book or music, I would say, I'll have my iPad because then I could have music and a book. But then that's kind of cheating. I love to read too, but music's my thing. I love it. We're going to do a little bit more outlining here as well. All right, so if you are listening with me or you're not listening with me and you're watching live, you can still tell me, if you were making a list, what would be on this list for you? Something good that happened in the last 6 months. What would it be? I mean, it doesn't have to be one thing, obviously, because I'm making a big list, but what's something good that happened in the last 6 months? Now, let's leave it politics free, right? Let's leave it politics free. Let's say what's something good that happened in your world in the last 6 months? Because you might think something good happened. You might think something bad happened in the world of the crazy politics we live in the U.S. Wildly wonderful. Okay, I like that there. I think wildly wonderful is going to go there. I felt like I needed something in that corner, but now I also have 4 corners. So that's a little bit odd. Wildly wonderful. Right? You see my 4 corners? I actually don't like that. We'll do this. We'll do wildly wonderful here. Let's see. Carla got a promotion and you met a major deadline challenge. Congratulations. That's like a twofer, right? That's a twofer. You met your deadline and you got a promotion. That's awesome. Good for you. Nancy won some first place blue ribbons on her quilts. Wow. Like the fact that you quilt is amazing. But then you got blue ribbons. That's amazing. I love it. Congratulations. Jacqueline bought a new house in Florida. Pam, I didn't know that about your dad, about that he had dementia. I didn't know that. Pam said, my dad had dementia all his life. He played piano beautifully by ear. A month before he passed away, late stage dementia, we wheeled him in front of a piano, and if no time had passed, he began to play. That is beautiful. That I know they say that I think especially when it comes to, well, for a lot of people, music can take them back to a time. I love that. Julie, congratulations. Her stepson got married. Nita went to see the eclipse and then went to the Crafty Beach Bash. Yes, I love it. In Texas, right? Is that right? Jackie, good. My oldest son came home. Bad, he broke up with his girlfriend. Good and bad. Julie got a new car. Kylie adopted my sweet puppy, Millie Josephine. Oh, after losing your 16-year-old. Oh. I think 16-year-old puppy, right? Paula got to visit Olympic National Park in Washington. Rainy, there you go. I escaped another layoff. Yeah, that's good. Good for you. Okay, Mandy. Hi, Mandy. I like this. She said, it's been a rough 6 months in my world, but bright side, my backyard crows had their baby and brought him to meet me the other day. See, you know what? We can always find, we might have to look really hard. Like Mandy, that may have been real, maybe Mandy had to look really deep, right? But she found something. She found something to say, something that's good that has happened in the last 6 months. You guys want to know the craziest thing ever? Friday, Nick worked from home. And so he was on a call and he was walking around in the kitchen and I was sitting at the kitchen on my laptop, sitting at the, counter working on my laptop, and Nick goes, oh my gosh, there's a squirrel. And I'm like, what? And on our back patio, literally sitting right in front of the sliding glass door, right in front of the sliding glass door, there is a squirrel and he's on his hind legs and he's like this. Okay. He's like this. Okay. Like this, right? On his hind legs. And I'm like, Nick, is that a fake? Did you put a fake squirrel there? Because he was just sitting there, like looking in at us, but he was like this perched with this little, paws or whatever those are. And he sat there for literally like a minute. And I'm like, Nick, that's fake. You went and bought a fake squirrel and put him there. And he's like, no, I didn't. We've never seen a squirrel in our yard ever. It was the weirdest thing. It was like a sign. I don't know what kind of sign, but it was like a sign. Pam, oh yes, Pam retired. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. So Justine, oh wait, hold on. Wanda said she went to the Herman's Hermit concert again. He shook your hand. You felt like a teenager. I love it. That's so fun. That's so cool. I've got a big old grin on my face for you. Justine, my son has been graduated from college for a year, got a job in his field. More his good thing, but since he still lives at home, it was a relief for us too. And you know what? Guess what? It's your list. If you're making a list, this doesn't have to be just good things happen in your world, because we can live vicariously through other people, right? And that's that. There you go, Justine. You're living vicariously through him, because if it's good for him, it's good for you. I love that, Joe. Joe said, congrats to everyone. Some great things happening here. And then here's the other thing. It could be that Trader Joe's had peonies for an extra long time and you love peonies. Or maybe Trader Joe's again. There are certain times of year when they only have certain products. So maybe back in January, I don't know what the product might have been, but maybe you were able to get your hands on whatever product that was really hard to get. Or, your favorite author came out with a new book, or the newest season of Bridgerton came out, right? So it doesn't have to be big things, right? You don't have to have marriages or moves or homes or jobs. It can be little things too. Louisa found out that she may qualify for medical retirement benefits at 62. Wow, Louisa, that's awesome. Debbie finally started playing pickleball. Hi, Cherie. Yes, congratulations. Cherie was one of our winners. Hi, Karen. Joe said, I have at least 5 squirrels on my deck any day, and they lay on their stomachs and sunbathe. Joe, I need a picture of that. We need to see what that looks like. Kylie, I celebrate getting a good watermelon from the store. My favorite part of summer, right? See, exactly. Your list. You decide what's good, right? You decide what's good. All right, speaking of that, good things, good things that happened in the last 6 months. All right. So now we need to do our little separator here, because there'll be a lot of writing. So we need to just kind of keep them separated. There we go. Good things that happened in the last 6 months. Now, before I get too much further, I think what I would like to do is maybe bring in some all smiles. So, and I will do this now as opposed to trying to stamp as I'm writing, and then I'll just have to work around things. So we could do yes, please. So maybe a yes, please is over here. And then we could do maybe a smiley face somewhere. I don't know. We'll figure out where that goes. Maybe, I don't know. We'll just kind of start throwing them down and then we'll see. Loving this can go in there. Happy can go in there. I mean, really, there's probably not a lot that can't go on here. All the feels, enjoying this, good stuff, worth it. We're just going to start going, right? Proud of this, the best, made my day, good stuff. There's a ton. So we're just going to start doing it. Now, I don't want to get too crazy. I don't want to like bring in 3 different colors. I don't want to do blue and the green and a pink. So maybe I should bring in the pink. I have a lot of green going on. And I kind of have a lot of blue. You see a lot of the blue here and blue here and blue here. So I'm going to do pink. So let's look to see what pink we would want to use. Maybe picked raspberry? Kitsch Flamingo would be nice. Picked raspberry. I think we're going to do picked raspberry. So here's the thing. If you are looking for, hang on. Oh, picked raspberry. If you are looking for distress ink colors that coordinate with Vicky's collection, we've already found 3, right? Chipped sapphire, mowed lawn, and picked raspberry. Those 3 definitely coordinate with this collection. All right, so we need a stamping block. Oh, let's put good away. That's a hard one to lose, but you never know. We could lose it on accident. Are you guys watching Olympics? Are you Olympic watchers? If so, what is, well, we can talk about it because it's actually the flashback Friday for next week, but that's okay. What favorite Olympic sport? Favorite summer Olympic sport? Like, what are you really excited? What are you really excited for? Thank you, Joe Disney fan. You're going to post your sunbathing squirrels in the backyard. Post a picture in the Facebook group. Thank you. Thank you. Mandy has a squirrel named Marvin. He had 2 babies this year. He had 2 babies with the help of a she. He loves my feeder and the crows know to leave him alone. I love my little backyard sanctuary. Right, Mandy? You definitely have a little sanctuary, it sounds like. Diane, ooh, booked a trip to Greece for August. Good for you. That is good for you. All right. We need stamping blocks. We need to have a hydration break. So have a drink. Have a drink. Whatever you're drinking. I mean, mine's just water. But drink something. Hydration is important. Nita is not an Olympic fan. That's okay. But she does like women's gymnastics, right? That's good. Women's gymnastics. Love that. There is a new one this year. Break dancing. But from what I understand, it is only it's only these Olympics. Break dancing. That'll be fun to watch. Beach volleyball. We watched a little bit of that this morning. That was fun to watch. That's kind of fun to watch. So let's put yes, please here. We'll just stamp over here. We won't move this over here. All right, let's see. Because I still want to test it out. Yes, please. Yes, please. All right. Yes, please. Move this. We'll put yes, please right here. How about that? Maybe we'll do it. We'll do it right here. Yes, please. All right. So we won't use yes, please again. So let's clean that guy off. Pam loves watching the Olympics. Mostly Mandy is loving the Snoop Dogg coverage of the Olympics. I know, right? So funny. Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg. I saw some funny memes online this morning about Snoop Dogg and how he was he was carrying the Olympic torch, the flame. Oh, he wasn't carrying the flame. He was carrying the torch. And it kind of looked a little bit like, well, in the meme, they were saying kind of like he had a marijuana joint because, anyhow, that was kind of funny. I thought that was a little funny. All right, loving this. Loving this. Whoop. Okay, make sure that looks good. That looks good. We'll put loving this maybe right here. All right, and that will definitely, whoopsie, oh goodness. we're just lucky that didn't flop right on my project there, aren't we? That will definitely help. Those pops of color will help to break up our, all the writing, all the black writing. Loving this. Okay, there we go. And then let's see. Do I want another one down here? I'm not sure. Maybe yep. No, we won't do yep on that side because we already have yes, please. What if we do, let's do, how about thumbs up? No, thumbs up is too big. I need something little. How about if we do joy? Joy will work. We'll do joy. Oh, Marilee, no power. No power. What's going on? Fire? Why do you have no power? Pam, the surfing is in Tahiti? I didn't know that. You know why? But Tahiti's in French Polynesia. That's how they can still do it, right? French Polynesia, because it's Paris, right? They're French Olympics. I guess they figure they can do French Polynesia or Tahiti. No, yeah, Tahiti. Yes. All right, there we go. Okay, now this side. What are we gonna do on the other side? Hello, Bridget. All right. Yes, women's gymnastics is always amazing. Amazing, amazing. I always like the swimming too. I like to watch the swimming. It's interesting. Nick and I were talking last night at dinner about how it's easy so anything you have that's timed, or anything you have where one person clearly beats the other, like if it's like volleyball by score, or if it's swimming, the person that reaches the edge of the pool first wins, right? Or I don't know, time trials in the road racing or whatever. The things that are subjective, where they're judged, like figure skating or gymnastics, those things are hard because they're totally subjective, and you could be you're at the mercy of someone else, right? Uh-oh, all the feels. Happy. Happy. Oh, I didn't test that first. Good thing that worked out. Happy. All right, we're gonna do our list as soon as we get all these little things added. And again, I'm doing these ahead of time because it's just easier. I mean, I'll just write around them. It's easier than stopping and starting and, inking up and then not inking up. Now, as I do this though, I want to be cognizant of where they are over here. I don't want to put another one right here because then it's weird, right? If I do it up here, then it is, I don't want them to be like right next to each other. So we've gone like this, there's a triangle, and then we'll do maybe another one down-ish. I don't know, we'll figure that out. We'll figure out where it goes. So Jackie, a list about the Olympics. So I'll just tell you guys, 4 years ago, we did a list about the Olympics, when the Olympics were, Summer Olympics 4 years ago. And the list that we did was, I did my favorite Olympic events or sports or whatever you want to call them. We will not be listing next week because I will be in Spokane teaching at the 3 Craft Chicks Hello Again retreat. So you'll see an email that goes out on Friday, next Friday, with a Flashback Friday Fun, which always goes out when we're not listing. And that the list topic there is your favorite Olympic events. So there you go. You can get a jump start on that if you think you want to do that. That's why I didn't have us do one of those today. So if you missed it, now I will tell you, definitely I can even still picture it in my mind. Definitely not my most favorite design that I've ever done. But that doesn't matter, right? Doesn't really matter. That Olympic event, the Olympic list from 4 years ago. But that's okay, right? It doesn't have to be. You don't have to, not everything has to be, the best for you. It doesn't have to be. You know what I just remembered? I just remembered I did not date our last list. So I better do that. I'll do that later. The whole block is out. Gosh darn it. And you're on vacation, Marilee. Shoot. Go to the beach. Go to the beach. Alrighty. I think we probably won't do a little, I don't know, we might do a little smiley face, but I'll put them back on the stamping block so I don't lose them. Because where is, oh, see, look what happened. Good stuff. Where's good stuff? I had pulled good stuff out. Gosh, dang it. Remember, I was pulling those stamps off. I shouldn't have done that. Good stuff is here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty now. I think we're ready. I think we are ready. And I think what I might do, we need a bullet, right? We need a little bullet as I'm writing things on my list. We need a little bullet. So let's look and see, because I'm kind of thinking it might be fun to do. I mean, like that might be kind of fun. So I have a couple of different, well, maybe we do this one. Maybe we go again to, no, maybe this one. Okay, got it. Got it. We're gonna try this one. This is from Bullets and More too, and it's kind of a little daisy. Kind of that little daisy. So, and I think we'll do a yellowish, but not really yellow, because there's really not any yellow in here, but we have like these different shades of orangish, because it's kind of orange. So let's look and see what we might want to work with. Fossilized amber could work, right? Let's just do it. Let's just do it. We won't overthink it. We're not going to overthink it. So we'll put our little stamp there. And let's see if we like it. Because this is another run-on. Well, we like it. We are going to like it. We're doing it. All right. Good things that happened in the last 6 months. We're going to start right there. First thing on my list. These are in no particular order, although they're kind of a little bit in chronological order. I should say no particular importance, although this was a pretty big one. Hiring Denise and subsequently offloading all order processing and fulfillment. That has been the biggest change in my life this year that I would have done much earlier. I just was not ready to do it earlier. Probably financially for my business, not ready to do it prior until this point, and probably mentally not ready to give up control, because that's a lot of control that I gave up. Lily and Denise handle all the shipping, all the fulfillment, all the order processing, everything. And so remember the last list, control freak? Yeah. But it's been good because I pretty much let them organize things the way they want. You know, they're pretty much doing it. So that's been the biggest change. The biggest, probably best thing. Purging. Oh my gosh, lots of purging and organizing around the house. For someone that really dislikes disorder, there are certain parts of my house that historically have been very much a disorder, like my drawers and our bedroom closet. And that has caused me for my entire life a huge amount of stress. And that is no longer the case. And so that's been an amazing thing. Well, it's no longer the case because I've dealt with it, right? I dealt with it, so it's no longer the case. But that has been an amazing thing. And I just never had the time. I never had the time. I mean, it took me, I bet you, all said and done, has taken probably a good 40 hours just going through everything, purging. I've done it again in my craft room. I've done it in all of our bathroom cupboards and closets and, you know, all of that. That's been a big change too. All right. What else is on my list? This was a big thing. So this is a living vicariously. The table, that was the restaurant. The table nominated, hang on, for a James Baird Award. That is the restaurant where our son Jack has been working for the last couple of years. So that was a huge thing. Now, I will tell you, if you were with me last Saturday and Nick walked into the room as we were playing and showed me his phone, you didn't see his phone. He showed me his phone, and that sent me into a huge tailspin. And it never got right again after that. What that was is he showed me a post, and we didn't know this was coming. We had a feeling this was coming based on some other things that had been going on. There was a Facebook post where that restaurant where Jack has been announced that they were closing and that today is their last service, which is okay. It was just, I didn't expect to see that. And then Nick walking in and showing me that as I'm doing this, I'm like, honey, thank you for letting me know that, but please next time, wait till I'm done, because I didn't need to know that then, and then that set me off on, my mind would not stop, and anyhow. There is a new restaurant opening, and so Jack will be the sous chef at that new restaurant, which is very exciting for him. So all good things happening. Yes, Kylie, I love that. Kylie said in all caps, way to go, Jack. That is a massive achievement for the whole crew. Yeah, that was, I mean, if you know nothing about what that is, the James Baird Award, basically that's being nominated. It's like being nominated for an Oscar in the restaurant world. So it's a huge deal. It is a huge deal. Okay. Continuing, I started documenting my trips, junk journal, glue book style. And it's been the best form of play for me. It has been so much fun because it's play. It's all play. And I don't play often. All right. I mean, this is play. Don't get me wrong. This is totally play. I love what we do here because if I wasn't doing this, I would not be doing much crafting at all. But the glue book for me is a totally different thing, and it's just been fun. All right. What else do we have? Oh, yes. The Betty's Retreat. That's another play that I've now done 2 years in a row, where a group of ladies get together at a retreat house in San Diego, and I fly there and take all my crap with me, and for like 3.5 days, it's nothing but playing like this. But it's just, I'm working on my own things, and I'm not teaching, and it's just there's like 20 of us there, so that's fun. All right. We've been doing date nights, which those are always good, right? Date nights. I have a huge long list here. Oh yes, we had my new idea book, right? That was a good thing in the last 6 months. Not interesting, it happened the same month, but March in March, I had the best LBM, I'm going to say LBM, Lail by Mail, month ever. So March of this year was my biggest month ever, sales-wise, which that's a good thing. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, we did a trip to Carmel. That was lots of fun. We watched Bridgerton. We had never watched Bridgerton, so that was kind of a fun thing. Watched Bridgerton. As we continue, we've done a couple Harvey trips. Several Harvey. Oh, Harvey is our RV. Several Harvey trips, which I just get so much pleasure out of that. We just enjoy doing that so much. We have a new addition to the family, kind of, but it's not a person. We bought a new to us, not new, bought a Jeep. We call it Flow. And we bought it so that we could take it with Harvey, because Harvey is, once he gets to a point and you get set up, then Harvey's an all-in-one, so you can't really go anywhere. And so now when we went to Flaming Gorge, we tow Flo. Harvey tows Flo. But what's been kind of an unanticipated thing with Flo, is that we're doing lots of just, hey, let's hop in the Jeep, let's hop in Flo and go drive around, and let's go up the canyon, and let's go see this, and let's go do that, because we can take the top off, and it's just kind of fun. So, and have been having fun driving and getting out of the house, right? Or as we might be like, oh, let's sit down on the couch and watch a show. We'll be like, hey, let's go take the top off. Not my top. Let's go take the top off and just drive up the canyon or whatever. Pamela said Flo was her mom's name. That's so fun. Maureen, your ladies retreat sounds amazing. Do all the ladies there work on crafting projects of their choice? Yes, everybody's just doing whatever they want to work on. Whatever they want to work on. Let's see what else we have. We did Epcot and, well, Disney World. Although I know you don't call it that. You call it Magic Kingdom, or yeah, but in my head, that's how I think about it. We did, let's see, we saw Kane Brown, Luke Combs, and the trio. Little Big Town, had to think about that for a minute. Little Big Town, Chris Stapleton, and George Strait. So this is just my list of good things, right? Just of things that were good that happened in the last month. We got a new door for the pantry. That was fun. New pantry door. See, not everything has to be like amazing and exciting, and still good. The Northern Lights. The Northern Lights, got to see those 40 miles from home. The best. Like, that was just like, oh my gosh, I don't think I'll ever be able to describe that. That's like one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life. We added Black River Rock to our front flower beds. And what else do I have? I have loads of things. 2 visits to Priest Lake. Visits to Priest Lake. I was saying to Nick yesterday, I'm like, I'm afraid I've worked myself into something that I can't sustain. And that would be wanting to travel all of the time. Oh, I missed it. I missed it, Terry. Angel time. 12:34. I missed it by a minute. Thank you. Yes, I want to be gone all the time, which is not a sustainable thing, right? Oh, okay. Let's see. I've got a few more things to add. Crack bread. I know that sounds funny, but there is a bread that you can only get at a store in Park City. And it is so good, and it's like a baguette, and it tastes like, I mean, it's like, I don't know, I've never done crack, but so I can only imagine, but it's very addictive, this crack bread. It's very good. So there's no crack in it. It's just a really good bread. But you know what? Our friends, we call it crack bread because it's that good. Been spending lots of time outdoors. Which makes me happy. That's a good thing. That's one of the things I'm trying to focus on this year, since there's days at a time where I don't leave the house. 2, 3 craft, although it's one of them's happening next week, but that's okay. 2, 3 craft chicks retreats. In April, seeing Vicky for a week. All right, so here we go. There's the end of my list. And I think what I am going to do here, I am going to come back to my little all smiles stamp set, and I'm going to do a little smiley face right there. We'll do it in the same little picked raspberry that we have been using. Kind of do that right there. And then I am going to add the date. So with the date, I need the roller date stamp. It's over here. It's packed up for me to take on when I go next week. So here this is. Today is July 27th. July 27th. So what do we want to do this in? I think I'm actually kind of surprised. I was worried that yellow might be a little busy. There might be too many different colors between the green and the blue and the yellow and all that, but I actually kind of like the way that turned out. So I'm glad I did that. So we'll see if we can do the yellow in that roller date stamp as well. Oh yes, I think that will be cute. You'll be able to see it. So I was worried you might not be able to see it. If you had been waiting for this to come back in stock, these small roller date stamps are finally back in stock on my website. Okay, the manufacturer didn't have them for a long time, and now they're back. They're a great little tool for dating your lists. All right, so there we go. They're about an inch. That's about an inch wide. So it's just a nice little thing. There we go. All ready. All done. All done, done, done. Okay, so let's clean off these little things. I'm just going to put this back so I have it next week. I'll be sad if I don't have that. And we're going to clean this stuff up and we're going to talk about our next list. So if you are... Oh, you've got to see, Louisa said number 1 on her list is seeing the total eclipse. Oh, the total eclipse in Texas. Oh, I bet that was amazing. I bet that was amazing. Okay, so hang on. I saw something. Wanda. Okay, Wanda said, I don't think I have 2 pages of fun things we did. So, a couple things. It doesn't have to be fun things you did, right? So, it can be anything that was good. You found your artichokes at your favorite roadside stand. You, like we talked about, you read a book, a new music came out. So it doesn't have to be like you saw Hermits. No, Herman's Hermits. That was on your list because that was a big thing. So it could certainly be there, but everything doesn't have to be big. But I also love what Louisa said. I love how Louisa responded to your comment. Louisa said, you can have one page and then decorate the other side, right? So I know some of you really, really, really like to have 2-page things. If you're a scrapbooker, you like to have 2 12 by 12 spreads in your book side by side. You don't like to have one and then another one. So you could decorate the other page, right? You could just use a piece of pattern paper there. You could use a piece of ephemera there. So it doesn't have to be, doesn't just have to be one page if you don't want it to be one page. I love that suggestion, Louisa. Thank you. Louisa, that's bad that I enunciate that, isn't it? Louisa? All right. Go ahead now and adhere our little list in. And then while I'm picking up and getting ready for our next list, we will talk about a couple things. We will talk about what our next list is. We will also talk about the giveaways. Maybe we should talk about the giveaways for today as well. Let's do that right now. So today there are, let me look at my, oh yeah. Two giveaways. One of the giveaways is, and I meant to bring this up when we were looking at one of the lists I showed you from last week. So let's do that now. Oh, anyway, before I do that, there is our completed list. Very colorful, right? And you know what? If they're good things, it probably should be nice and fun and colorful. So that list is using Vicky's Bold and Bright collection, which is just nice and fun and really no theme to it, which is always nice to have something that doesn't have a theme. Because, you know, it's good to have themed product, but we do lots of lists like this that don't really have a theme. So it's nice to have a non-themey collection. All right. So this one, when I was talking about This Is Us, right? I was talking about This Is Us. The first prize giveaway for today is this. This is the This Is Us Traveler's Notebook Project Kit. So it's the stamp set. It's all the product. 2 inserts, half of a sticker book, washi, stickers, paper, everything that you need, along with the class, because there's a class that goes with it, to make a This Is Us Traveler's Notebook. All right, so that is one of the prizes for this week. The way you participate in these prizes, so this one and the next one, are after party prizes, which means you leave a comment on the video when it's over. You have until we're together again in 2 weeks to leave a comment on the video when it's over, not in the chat. And before we're together again in 2 weeks, that Saturday morning when we're together again, I will draw 2 random lucky winners. And that is one of the prizes. Yes, 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 yes. All right, so the other prize we might as well talk about right now is a variety pack. It is a variety pack of my storage pouches, okay? So there are, in the variety pack, there are 2 13 by 13 storage pouches. And there are 2 7 by 11.5 storage pouches, all right? If you haven't seen those, you really should go see those on the website. These are awesome. I have lots of testimonials from you guys telling me how awesome they are. But this is a brand new size within the last couple of weeks, all right? So that's the other prize, that little variety pack. And with those, you can buy them singly, just 1 pouch. You can buy them in a bundle of 4 of each size. Or each size, each style. Or you can buy that variety pack, which is 2 of each. Okay, so let me get these things put away, and then we will jump to our last list for today. That last list, I love it when we do these. We have so much fun when we do these types of lists. It is a music-related list, and it is some of my favorite songs from the 70s. Favorite songs from the 70s. Anytime we do music-related lists, we have so much fun because there's so much like chit-chatting going on in the chat where we're talking about, you know, what songs were your favorite from the 70s, in this case 70s, or favorite from high school, or favorite 90s, or, you know, whatever it is. So this one is favorite songs from the 70s. And we will be using product from the Groovy Darlin' collection because there are some products in that collection that are so perfect, that are so stinking perfect for this list. So perfect. All right, let's get just these things all put away. And then we'll be ready for that last list. Oh boy. We got to put that guy back, right? Little bullet stamps. They're the easiest to get lost because they're little, right? They're the easiest to get lost. So we want to make sure that you get your stamps put away. Get them put away. Okay. This little guy goes right there because if you don't, look what happens. You lose him. You lose one, which I have done. Because he's not there. All right. I am going to get these things put away, and then I need to go grab I'm getting a bit of a headache, so I need to go grab one of my prescription medicines. So I'm going to do that as soon as I get these things put away, and then we will keep going. One of these days I'll get smart and just have a stash in here because then I don't have to leave. I can just pull it out and you wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even have to tell you why I had to leave. All right, so let me just get these things picked up. And I didn't use them yet, but I'll continue to use this collection for quite a while over the next couple of months just because there's so many fun things in it. There's two cute little unicorns that are just so fun. All right, do we have it all? Okay, that's going into back in here. Just shove it back in here. All right. So let me grab this little thing. Ha ha ha. Lindsay Hellman made that for me. She made that for me. She sent it to me. No, she made it for me. She emailed it for me. I printed it out and then I just recently laminated it. So I'm going to be right back. It'll take me like 30 seconds to go in the other room and grab what I need to grab. And then we will continue, okay? Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, I know, isn't that so awesome? Because that's hold. I mean, everybody needs to say, hold please. That did not taste good. All right, but this is really funny. So when I made this, or when I laminated this, I also made this guy also laminated because sometimes, every once in a while, and it happened recently, where you can see me but you can't hear me, and I'm trying to tell you, I don't know what's wrong, we're gonna have to end or whatever. Now this is like my little whiteboard, and I just get out my little dry erase marker and I can write on that, so then you can hear me. Well, you can't really hear me, but you can read me when that happens. You can read me. You can read when that happens. All right. So our last list for today is favorite songs of the 70s. All right, so when you were with me a little bit earlier, if you were, I was telling you our Saturday morning routine. We're in bed, we're having coffee, we're chatting or whatever, and then we start talking about the list that, what list Lael's going to do today. And then, you know, sometimes Nick gives me ideas when I'm like, I don't know, I can't think of anything else. What else would be on my list? And then he's like, oh, what about this? What about that? Well, when it came to this list, favorite songs from the 70s, oh my goodness. He's Googles out and he's telling me this one, that one, this one, that one. Oh, it was hilarious. He was singing. It was a hoot. All right. So for this list, we are using the Groovy Darlin collection. So Groovy Darlin is the collection that we used here on the This Is Us list a couple weeks back. Okay, a couple weeks back. Thank you, Arting with my no-me's. I love that. She said, love the sign. Please make sure you're taking care of you, Lil. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes, Jackie. I need to date my first list. I know. I said that a while ago. I'm like, I need to do this. And I didn't. Oh, yeah. We're right back here. Okay. So this one, you know what? We might as well. Let's just use that same little roller date stamp again. And let's use milled lavender. We might as well. So I'm going to say that list was last week. I mean, we did part of it this week and part of it last week, but I'll just tell it last week. It really doesn't matter, right? I could put 2024 on there. I could put July on there. It really wouldn't matter. All right. This is the last page. It is the very last page in my handy dandy notebook. My handy dandy listing workbook. It is the last page. Look at, then we go to the next section, which is the list of ideas, which means I need to make a new one. I need to make a new one, but this is like nothing makes me happier than this. Look at this. That is how many years worth? October 2021. That's almost 3 years worth, you guys, of our Saturday sessions. Love it. All right. Last list is favorite songs of the 70s. So we are using This Is Us. Not This Is Us. We are using Groovy Darlin'. We're loving the Groovy Darlin' collection. And this is why. This collection, if you haven't seen it, it makes me, it's just so fun. It's just, I don't know. It makes me happy. I haven't even pulled the things out yet that I want to use. I think I want to use that. And I am looking for, it's just all thrown in here. It was all organized, but it is no longer organized. Hello, look at that. That is a checkered roller skate with copper foil accents. You better believe that's coming on my favorite songs of the 70s list. Absolutely. This guy, look at that little cassette tape we can work in somehow. Now, I think for me, this is, I don't know. Let's see. I was going to say it was maybe just going to be a one-page list, but that would be a really easy, those two together, to make the second page. So we'll see. But there is one more piece that I am looking for in here. That disco ball. If that doesn't scream 70s, I don't know what does. So I think those are the things that I am planning on using. Same thing. That is, obviously you guys can see that's the same thing, but I was just feeling it. That is from the Papery. That is a sticker. All right. Now, if I'm doing 2 pages, oh, we have a couple of different, looks like, we have a couple of different, I have a mixture of papery in here and a mixture of die cuts in here. Oh, look at this guy. What's that? Let the good times roll. But I don't think I need another roller skate. I don't know. We'll pull it out. We'll pull it out. I was looking for, look at that. Dance, dance, dance. Oh, I don't even know. We might have to use that. We might have to use that with the roller skate. And then if we use that, we don't need that little sticker, and that could work for our second page. I think everything is coming together. I think we just made our plan. I think that is the plan. Let me move all these things. Most of that is papery. Stickers. We may end up using that little guy instead. So let's hang on to that. And those are the journaling ephemera. Okay. Those are the, ooh. Okay. We need to open this up. These are the regular ephemera, but I saw some things in here that we might want to use instead. So let me just go through these. Hang on. There. that will make that a little bit easier to find what I'm looking for. I saw love the flowers. I saw, oh my gosh, look at the groovy van. In here, I just saw, oh, another tape. So maybe we need a smaller tape. Let's look at that cassette tape, because there were certainly, I don't know, there might have been 8 tracks. I think there were 8 tracks in the 70s. I don't know if cassette tapes had come out yet. If so, maybe the late 70s. Definitely the 8 tracks. My parents used to have a van, like a groovy van, and we had our 8-track player in there. Okay, I was looking for, there was another, oh, here it is. That one, another roller skate. All right, I think that is, ooh, roller rink skate check. We might need those too. And then maybe some washi, I don't know. All right, so I think we've got a pretty good plan here. A pretty good plan. I just knew that I would be using the, yikes, Lael. Okay, hang on. I knew I would be using some form of the disco ball and some form of the roller skate. Louisa said, I'm excited to see what songs are on Lael's list. I can't think of any songs, but I'm sure once I see it, it'll get the brain turning. And this is, I would say, out of all the lists that we do, the music related ones, or the TV show related ones seem to be the ones that's really the chat starts going strong, because it just like builds on each other. We all like start, feeding off of each other. Someone will say, oh yeah, and remember this? And someone will say, oh yeah, remember this one? And then it's fun. I love the music themed lists that we do. And guess what? If music isn't your thing, then you could do favorite actors, favorite actresses, favorite movies, favorite food, favorite, whatever it is. So you could pick this decade, you could pick any decade, right? If you're like, I was nowhere near being born in the 70s, so I don't even have a clue how I would answer that, well, then you come up with something different. Pick another decade. Really like that paper. Now, what I just remembered is we need some kind of, yeah, we want that. I need a pattern paper to go there on that side. Something super plain Jane. So let's pull the 6x8 paper pad back out and see what we might be able to pull into that. Okay, single-sided. This one is single-sided because I don't know, if we do something like that, it's going to be really, I don't know, we'll see. Kind of works there. With American Crafts, kind of the rule of thumb is if it has some kind of foil on it, then you'll have single side. If there's no foil, you'll have double side. So for example, Vicky never has foil in her paper, in her like 6x8 paper pads. So with her paper pads, you will always see a double-sided, no foil, double-sided. All right, let's see if it's one of those. I just love that one, but I don't know if it's going to work as well. Dance, dance, dance. All right, I think we're going to make that happen. It's going to be that. It is going to be that. And then we're going to, the color, the stamp colors, the ink that we use will end up getting very interesting. We'll see what we end up with. So we need our trimmer. And we are trimming both of these to 4 3/4. We work with, I work with a standard wide traveler's notebook insert, which is 5 by 8.25, 5 inches wide by 8.25 inches tall. So when I am working with paper like that, 6 by 8 pad, that is 6, that is 8, and that ends up being 4 3/4. Okay. Now, if we have this, is this really crazy if this goes there? Or do we go like this maybe? Or do we not have anything? I don't know. Let's see. Let's get some just white cardstock. We'll do white cardstock on this for our base. Let me see. I'm missing all kinds of things now in the chat. Stairway to Heaven. Oh, see, you guys are already at it. You're already at it. You're already talking about the songs, and I'm missing it all. Let's see. Terry said swoon-worthy collection. It's a lot of fun. It is. It's a lot of fun. Wanda said, Lael, your first song should be Layla. Eric Clapton. It is actually on my list. Yeah, and you know what? It's actually not my favorite. It's not one of my favorite songs from the 70s, but you know what? How could it not be on my list? How could it not? Because I tell you, one of the biggest questions, if I meet somebody new, and one of the biggest questions I get, not biggest questions, probably the biggest responses when they hear my name is, oh, your parents must have been big Eric Clapton fans. Layla. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Because, you know, my name isn't Layla. It's Lael, but that's what they think. So it's okay. All right, 3 3/4 is usually what we're ending up with here. So this ends up being about 3 3/4 by 7. The base of, not the base of my list, but that's, oh, I don't need 2 of those. But that's where the list is happening. We just need it. So let's do that. Do we want that there? I'm not sure if we want that there. I just don't know. Now, Deborah Crater, if you are here today, this is a question that she asked me a long time ago, and I had to think about it. She said, why do you always do, when it's a 2-page list, why do you always do the list on the left and then whatever on the right if you're not, you know, doing something on the right, if it's just decorative? And I said, I don't know. So maybe what we should do is this. Maybe this should be over here. And then my list is over here. I could really shake it up a bit, right? I could shake your booty, shake it up a bit. All right. I don't like that piece right there because I think it's getting in the way of those cute polka dots that I really like. So we're going to do this. We're going to do that. That's better. I like that better. Okay. So now, as we're figuring this out, do we have like our little roller skate there? Do we have our roller skate there? Do we make a little cluster like this is our, do we make a little cassette tape with it? This needs to go way higher then if we're kind of trying to figure this out. Our cassette tape, our roller skate. Now we need something over here though. So as we're doing this, there, I like that better. There's too much happening over there. Too much happening over there. But we need to do something. Something's got to add here. We'll figure that out. We won't be too worried about that yet. All right. Let's figure out what I know what we're going to do for our title. Well, the title is favorite songs or favorite 70s songs. Favorite 70s songs, favorite, no, songs from the 70s, favorite songs from the 70s. So, I'm wondering if I would really like it if I would like to be able to use songs. Is there a sticker book in this one? Yes. Is there an alpha in this one? Okay, there is, but it's not really the alpha that I wanted. I was hoping it would have been really fun if the alpha was that, right? It would be fun if the alpha is that. So let's look. I don't know. We'll see what color it is because that might, oh yeah, that does not work. So there is an alpha in the sticker book, but that won't work. So let's go to plan B. I need a songs. I need a songs. Favorite songs from the 70s. So I was going to use the 7 and the O. from Focus for the 70s. And you know what? Maybe I don't need to focus on songs. Maybe I focus on 70s. That would make life a little bit easier if I did that. So let's look. Let's look here. I have favorite, so I could use a little tiny favorite, although I'm not going to use that because if I'm going to write favorite songs from and then we'll stamp 70s. So I think I just want to write all that. Excuse me while I'm thinking all this through in my head as we go, friends. Just thinking it all through. Stairway to Heaven, Terry said, I'm missing all your songs, you guys. I'm missing all the songs. There's loads of chat about the songs. Have fun, Marilee. Marilee's headed to the beach. What is Blue Book? Oh, Two Cuts Heart. Glue Book. Glue. Glue. Glue Book. If you're going to be here just for a bit, let me, we'll work on the list and then I'll, at the end, show you my glue book. It's basically, you're just gluing a bunch of things in. But I'll show you what that looks like when we're done, if you want to stick around. If anyone wants to stick around, I'll pull mine out. Okay, 7, 0. And then I'm going to also pull in Reggie Alpha because Reggie Alpha uses the same font as those letters in Focus. All right, so then I'll have an apostrophe and an S and an apostrophe and an S. So when you see me do this, I might as well talk through this. All of my stamps, and these are just the ones I kind of have out for today, but all of my stamps, I store in my storage pouches, the storage sleeves, stamp storage sleeves. So they come in 4 sizes, 3x4, 4x6, 5x7, and 6x8. When you put a stamp in, the storage pouch is plastic, and then the covering of the stamp is plastic. So sometimes the plastic sticks to the plastic, and you kind of struggle to get the stamp out. So that's what I just did. I had cardstock in all of mine, like that, and I just pull the cardstock out from the back and put it in the front, and then that kind of breaks that little plastic from sticking together, and then you just pull it out like so. So that's what I was just doing as I was kind of working to get that out. My brain won't focus very well at this point. I'm all good, but when I get migraines or start to get migraines and then I take the medicine, my brain tends to go a little wonky. So just know that. I mean, not that it's any different than my brain going wonky any other time, because it's pretty much always wonky, but just know. When my migraine is over, I end up with what I call, let me talk about what's happening here really quick. I have what I call like a migraine hangover, where I just get a little loopy. So this little I found that little stamp over here and it had fallen off the sheet, and I keep trying to stick it back on the sheet and it's not sticking. This happens a lot with your smaller stamps especially. They'll end up with a little dust or lint or something on them, and so they won't stick to the sheet. It's bad if they don't stick to the sheet because it's easy to lose them. So all I'll do is take, like, this is just my stamp chamois. It's wet, so that or a damp paper towel or something, clean the back of that off, and then it will stick to your sheet, no problem. If it's not sticking to your sheet, it's likely also not sticking to your stamping block, which can tend to be a problem, right? If you're not... What did I do? Oh my gosh. No, don't mind me. We're just sticking to some different parts. Okay, there we go. Let's get these guys put away, since we're not using favorite, but I lost a favorite, so we needed to find it. Okay, 70, and we need our S. That's what I was doing when I saw that little stray letter, stray my. Okay, and then there is a little, is there an apostrophe on there? There is not an apostrophe, but I can make one out of the semicolon. Okay, or I can just draw it in. We'll see. I might just draw it in because that might be really big. We'll see. Okay, So now we need to figure out a color. We need to figure out a color, right? So we've kind of clearly here, we're kind of set on a color palette. That guy will probably honestly just end up being in the center maybe. We have a little, well, lots of that kind of goldenish color. The pink. Let's look, let's grab this and see what we might end up with here. I'd really like, that red might be kind of fun, but I don't know. That might be a little bit harder to work in. So let's look. That's what I was thinking, is crackling campfire. So unless I bring in somehow more red, because I really don't have that red over here. That red is here. The red's over here. It's just gonna, I'm just kind of, the red is here. But it's not really, it's just kind of not really working. I'd like to use it, but it's not really working. All right, so what else do we want to use? I don't know. Let's just start going through and see. Aged mahogany, but I don't know. Aged mahogany is just kind of, would seem a little weird. Wild honey, no. Dried marigold, no. No orange. No ripe persimmon. You know what we might go, we might just go with black. I mean, but no, we want to do a color. Spice marmalade, rusty hinge. Let's look at the pinks. Let's look at the pinks and see what we might end up with here. Kitsch flamingo. Maybe kitsch flamingo works. Let's try that one. Let's try kitsch flamingo. All right, so I think we should probably ink the edges of that just to kind of tone it down a little bit. Kitsch flamingo. It's probably not quite right. I mean, it's probably going to be way brighter than we want, but let's look. Ooh. Okay. Let me take this little extra piece here and let's see. Oh, actually, I think it'll work. I think it will work. I will survive. That is also on my list. Karen, Karen, flirting with disaster, Molly Hatchet. Karen, I guarantee you 110% that is not on my list. I mean, I've heard of Molly Hatchet, but I don't think I've heard of that flirting with disaster song. I wouldn't even know if I was standing in an elevator next to Molly Hatchet, whoever Molly Hatchet is in Molly Hatchet. I wouldn't even know. That's the way I like it. Yes, also on my list, Wanda. Casey and the Sunshine Band. Yes, there are a couple Casey and the Sunshine Bands on my list. So it's funny, as I was making my list, I thought, you know what? I need to make a playlist. And I'm old school. I still use Apple Music. So I don't use Spotify. I use Apple Music and Pandora, but I think I will make a playlist on Apple Music so that I can listen to and enjoy all these fun songs. Oh yeah, that was a good color. That's what we're doing. That is what we're going to stamp 70s with. Oh, I have to show you guys. So some of you, my mom comes on sometimes on her Saturdays. I just got a text from her on my watch. Look it says, guess what? And then look it, that's a dog and it's in her house. That little cute dog. Oh, I'm so happy. My mom my mom's dog crossed the Rainbow Bridge, Murphy, maybe 6 weeks ago. And my mom is a dog person. She was really, really, really struggling. And she's got some trips planned and was trying to figure out, she really wanted to get another dog and she was super lonely and she was trying to hold off and, clearly she just did not hold off, which I'm very happy for her. So, I can't remember. Elliot, it's a rescue dog. Okay, it's a rescue. Was being fostered, and she applied to have a foster dog and was accepted. And clearly, she is now the proud owner of Elliot. I think Elliot's a Shih Tzu. I think. All right, so that's exciting. Very exciting. Okay, so I decided. You can see what I'm doing here, right? I am giving this a white mat. It felt like it was just kind of heavy. And then if I give it a white mat and we put that over here, then I think it will help the white from this side carry in with the white from here. Oh yeah, I think that helped it. I think that helped it a lot. I'm still gonna have to do something down here, but I don't know what that is yet. So, all right, before we get too much further, let's go ahead and round these outside corners. I don't even know if this list is long. I mean, I don't even know if this piece of paper is long enough because I have a lot of favorite songs. Rock Lobster, Miss L. Rock Lobster is from the 70s? B-52s? Like My Own Private Idaho? I know of B-50. Well, I don't know B-52s, but yes, I didn't know that was from the 70s. Holy cow. If that's from the 70s, that's craziness. All right. Beth by Kiss, which is, Ms. L, like such an uncharacteristic song for them, right? Beth, I can totally sing that song by heart. I know it by heart. No, Beth, no, I just got confused between the Babe I'm Leaving. Oh, you guys should be so happy I won't sing to you. I would love to, but you don't want to hear it. I am not a singer. I wish I was. I mean, I don't have to be a singer by profession, but I wish I could even carry a tune. Probably a good thing that Nick has hearing aids because I'm certain when we're in the car, and especially when we're driving in flow and we're just, cruising around or whatever, and the music's up and I'm just singing away, he probably turns his hearing aids down so he can't hear me. I'm pretty sure he has a special setting that says tune layout on his hearing aids. All right, here we go. Here we go. We've got the basics down, right? Those are the basics that we always have to do. All the outlining always has to be done. And the corners rounded, and then we can get to work. There's our dance, dance, dance. And this guy we're ready for. Shadow dancing. I have a lot of shadow dancing, Bee Gees, I think, right? I have a lot of Bee Gees on my list. I love the Bee Gees. I loved the disco era. Like I really was born in the wrong era. Not born, but I really, probably should have been a young adult. I mean, like early 20s, so I could go to like all the dance clubs back in the 70s with the disco. That would have been my thing. That's where I should have been. All right, 70s. So this will be here like this, but we'll get them together and then we'll do our little apostrophe S somehow. All right, and we're using Kitsch Flamingo. So let's get out our stamp blocks again. Stamping blocks. Crafty865 just asked a great question, and I will generalize it a little bit. She said, why does Echo Park make 6x6 pads and not 6x8? So most manufacturers make 6x6 pads. Simple Stories does 6x8. American Crafts does 6x8. But they're kind of really the only two. And when I say American Crafts, I mean like Vicki Boutin, Paige Evans, Chamel, Maggie Holmes, Jen Hadfield. A lot of the collections that, we use, or I use. 6x6, less expensive. But 6x6, I don't really know. I don't know if it has something to do with card making or if it's just the expense. But yeah, it is. I don't know. I've tried, believe me. I tried a long time ago. Because here's the thing, manufacturer, if you make a 6x6 pad, I don't buy it. And I mean from my business, I don't buy it. And that means if I don't buy it, then I don't expose my customers to, those collections or that line of product. But then I also don't use it in any of my project kits. So any of my mini book kits or anything like that, because 6x6 just doesn't really work for what I do, whether it's a traveler's notebook or whether it is a mini book. Yeah, so I pretty much exclusively use 6x8 pads. Every once in a while I'll use 12x12 if the manufacturer doesn't, and I want to use it, the manufacturer doesn't make a 6x8 pad, but yeah. Yeah. All right, so we know that works, right? There's my 70. And wherever I put that, I just need to make sure that I can write above it. I can write above it. So let's see. If this goes here, that leaves me enough room. Maybe right there. I did no measuring here, so hopefully this works. Hopefully it works. Oh, Steve Miller Band. I like Steve Miller Band, Nancy. Wanda had a Barry Gibb poster on her bedroom wall. Sean Cassidy for me. I loved Sean Cassidy. Pretty sure we've had this conversation before. And then I talk about Leif Garrett and then how I was in a movie with him when I was in 7th grade as an extra. And yeah. There was a Leif Garrett song from the 70s that I actually listened to this morning because I'm like, what song is that? Okay. Now, do we want to do our little apostrophe S here? I don't know. Will it look weird? Oh, this is how we can tell if it'll look weird or not. We're going to do it over here where we just did our little test. So we need another little stamping block for our little S. Oopsie, it doesn't quite fit, but we can kind of get the gist of it. And I feel like it needs to go like in the middle. It can't really go down low like that because that would look funny. Should we just do it? Let's just do it. There we go. Oh yeah, it works now. I'm a little bit off here. Like I'm a little bit too far this way. That's okay. Now, so I was mentioning that I needed a colon, not a colon, an apostrophe. I needed an apostrophe, but for whatever reason, I did not do an apostrophe on that stamp set. And I think probably the reason I didn't do that is I knew I could make an apostrophe out of the semicolon. So the way that I can do that is if I get out a sticky note, I can create a mask. Now this just happened to be what color sticky note I had. It's not like I'm trying to match anything. So if I want that to kind of go right there, that means I don't want that little polka dot. See, I told you I get a little loopy. I don't want that dot to be on my list because then I'd have a weird semicolon floating in the air. So if we put our mask about right there, okay, and then if that's going there, is that right? Let's move it down a little bit. So the whole idea with the mask is that I want to mask off. I'm still going to stamp the entire thing, but I want to mask off that top part, the dot on the semicolon. I don't want that to be on my list. It'll still stamp, but because the mask is on there, we just won't see it when I pull the mask off. So that is much, much, much easier than trying to get ink only on part of your stamp. I find that is way easier. You could do that as an alternative, but let's see. Crafty 865. So this is when I missed part of the conversation. Said, really, it drives me crazy. What have I missed? What have I missed? What drives you crazy? Where did this go? Okay, here we go. I got to just put my S away. We want to put the S away. All right. Crafty 865. Tell me what drives you crazy. I'd love to know. How deep is your love? Yes. Oh, there are honestly so many great BG songs. So many greats. All right. So let's test it over here. Okay, we're good, right? Now, as I come in here, I need to bring this a little bit closer to me, okay? I need to be able to see it. It's far in front of me here as I'm working, but I need to bring this a little bit closer. So I'll still try to do it that you guys can see what I'm doing. All right, so, Sean Cassidy is good. He's still saying, no way. He is? Okay, so do we see that? there is my apostrophe, and then there is the dot that is on my sticky note, the mask, right? So when I take that off, there we go. We just have the 70s. And that's probably gonna drive me crazy that it's off center, but that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Diane loves the disco ball. Scott, Terry, Scott, who's Scott, Terry? Yeah, I missed something, I know it. Okay, alrighty. So we are now ready, I think, just about to get started with our list. So let's do this. Let's get this back here, just those put together. Let me clean off our 70. Let me clean up our 70. Oh, Scott Baio. Oh my gosh, so funny. Scott Baio, yeah. You know what? Okay, have we done this one? I can't remember. I'll have to look. Have we done this list, like teen heartthrobs? Like when you were a teenager, who was your heartthrob? I don't know if we have or not. But you know what I'm going to do? We just need to add that as a potential future list in our handy dandy notebook. Teen heartthrobs. Because it would be different for some of us, right? Well, obviously it'd be different for some of us because we have different tastes. But for some of us, we grew up in different, different decades or different generations. That's not quite even. So you might have your heartthrob might be James Dean, if you're older than I am, or your heartthrob might be Josh and Drake, if you're younger than I'm sure there's nobody here that has a heartthrob of Josh and Drake. I don't know. That was a show that iCarly or something, like when the boys were younger. I mean, they didn't have. Never mind. Never mind. It's the loopiness. It's the loopiness. It's it's the drugs. Okay. All right, I think we're about ready. Now I just need to write my title above that. Favorite songs of the 70s. All right, now we do need a little something up here. I just had a thought. I know what bullet stamp we're going to use. The bullet stamp we're going to use is this little music one, little music notes. Now, there's little cassette tape that you could use. If you're using bullets, you could use cassette tape, but I think I'll use the little music icon. Bullet stamp from Bullets and More too. James Dean is a universal heartthrob. Louisa, just like me, they long to be close to you. Yeah, I told you I'm not a singer, but I know what song you're thinking of there. Music note, yes. Crafty 865. I know it's driving you crazy. No 6x8 pads. Thank you. Pony Boys, C. Thomas Howell. Oh, see, we got to do that. Zen girls loved Bruce Lee when you were super little. I love that. If we did a poll, I bet there's very few people that would say that Bruce Lee was on their heartthrob list, just because you don't think of Bruce Lee. For me, I think of like teen heartthrobs, like Sean Cassidy and Leif Garrett, and that's so fun. I love that you said that. Yeah, Terry is right. Terry said, don't we have this conversation every time we do a decade list? The yummies on our teen room walls. I know, right? My sister had Duran all over her walls. And she's only 3 years younger than I am. But yeah, she's a little bit more hip than I was, I guess. All right. So favorite songs of the 70s. We're just going to do a little thing here. Just a little thing right here. Oh, I just remembered something. What I remembered is on that last list, I got to pull it out for a second because there was a reason I did this. I did a double line on the last list. Sometimes I'll do a double line on like that because that gives me a spot. What did we use there? What was that? What was that yellow? It was, I put it away, fossilized amber? Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to get out, and really this could be any yellow pencil. It could be any yellow colored pencil, but I'm going to grab out fossilized amber, and I am going to color in that little line. All right, so I'm going to do this. And that will just bring a little bit of yellow in there. I'll show you. Look at the difference between just the line and then adding that little pop of color. Yeah, I like it. So what could be interesting now, maybe, oh, it like totally changes it. It totally changes it, makes a pop. So what we could do, maybe this would be a good way to bring in a little bit of this color here. What do we think? Let's do it. Before we do it, let's double check. Because it might be too, it's a little bit too yellow, right? What if we used, maybe scattered straw would be better. I saw that a minute ago. Scattered straw. Because then it could help to pull it all together by just using a little bit. Now, if this is not the right color either, I've got like 8,012 colored pencils. So, oh yeah, let's do that. I have lots of colored pencils, so I could pull in different colored pencil. Now, really what I should have done, I do have colored pencils swatched. So I could have just brought in my little swatch book of colored pencils, and then I would have been able to find the color easily instead of just, you know, kind of trying. Like a rhinestone cowboy, ain't no mountain high enough. See, I know what you guys are doing. Now we're Googling, which we should though, right? Because if you can't remember, see, this is what I was saying, swatched, right? That makes it a lot easier when your things are swatched, so you can come in and find the color you're looking for. All right, there we go. Favorite songs of the 70s. I know our little roller skate's gonna go there. And that, I don't know, that just may end up being, oh, look at those. With little tiny stickers. So, we have Groovy. Oh, Groovy. Groovy. Where could Groovy go? Maybe Groovy just goes right there. Yeah, let's do it. Let's put this guy down. Right there. The roller skate and the disco ball, that just because it reminds me, at least for me, when I was that era in the 70s, I would have, well, let's see, I was born in 68, so 70s, just depending. But that was like late 70s. You'd go to the roller skating rink, I would. And then you could do your little roller skating. So I think what we, just hit myself in the nose with that. I think what we might do, since we've kind of this scattered straw, maybe we pull scattered straw out for those little bullets for our songs. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, it's kind of, no, it'll be okay. We'll still see it as we're writing. So normally what I would do, if I am working with a bullet stamp that has an orientation to it, basically this music note changes, right? Based on how I am holding my little stylus. Usually I want them to line up, okay? I want them to be exactly the same. But with music, actually, I think the music, they can be all over. As long as they're not like upside down, that would be odd, right? As long as they're not upside down. But if I wanted them to all line up in the exact same position, you have this little sticker on there. That sticker is meant to give you a point that you can use to line your stamp up. So as long as the stamp is not moving, right, it's not moving. If I pay attention to where Scatter the squirrel is, and he's always in the same spot as I'm stamping, then my little music, in this case, my shape is going to always be in the same position. So if it's not, then I'm just kind of doing this and it's all over the board, which I'm okay with because music is kind of that way. But if I wanted to always be in the same position, then I am making sure that my squirrel is in the same place every time. Does that make sense? Okay. What about putting a small puffy cassette sticker next to the 70s? So we have two. Yes, I like it because I thought there was only one because that would bring in too much green, I think. But this guy, what if this goes right here? Oh, yes, like that. Like that. Oh, I love it. I think that works. We're doing it. All right, let's go. Let's go. Favorite songs from the 70s. And this is in no particular order at all. This is my big list over here. Lots. I Will Survive by Gloria Gaynor. Now, I am not going to, I won't put who the, I was going to say author. I won't put who the artist is as I'm doing this. I'm just going to write. September. I'm trying to remember who sings September. 21st Night of September. Or is that the December one? I don't know. Staying Alive. That's the Bee Gees. We know that one, right? Staying Alive. This is funny. They're all it's gonna look like there are these columns until I get a longer song. How about this one? How Deep Is Your Love? That would be the Bee Gees. Oh, funny. I'm kind of in that same spot again. How deep? Ugh, this really makes me want to sing, right? Superstition. A little Superstition. Oh my gosh, I keep wanting to say Sammy Davis Jr. It's not Sammy Davis Jr. Oh my gosh, Stevie Wonder. Like Stevie Nicks, Stevie Wonder. All right. Continuing on, American Girl. Are any of these on your list, you guys? I'm curious. I mean, even if you're not making a list, any of these, do we have any of the same songs on our list? Earth, Wind, and Fire. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's why I'm like, I need to have my playlist of these, right? She was an American Girl. Tom Petty? Tom Petty? I don't know. More Than a Feeling. Boston, I believe. Now, it's funny because some of these are disco. Some of these earlier 70s, some of these later 70s. More Than a Feeling. Brandy. Now, Brandy. Is Brandy Kiss? Kiss? You guys have to help me. You got to help me. Yes, Tom Petty. Arting with My Nomies. Anytime, it's funny, Arting with My Nomies, when I look up at your thing, My Nomies like runs together, and I always think it says like misogynist, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? I'm like, oh yeah, Arting with My Nomies. Said, yep, I may be singing aloud to myself with so many of these songs. Love it. Joe Disney's fan said Brandy as well. Yeah, I love it. Casey and the Sunshine Band, Boogie Shoes. So I have Casey and the Sunshine Band, a couple on here. Brandy, Bohemian Rhapsody. Bohemian Rhapsody. We haven't done this list before, have we? Well, I'll have to look because now I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, Sweet Home Alabama. Now, that's been done a number of times. That was Leonard Skinner back then. Leonard Skinner. Band on the Run. Remember that? Band on the Run. That was Paul McCartney. I really want to sing. It would be so awesome as if I had a DJ here that could be playing these songs for us. Wouldn't that be awesome? Let's see. Arting with My Nomies. That's funny. Arting with My Misogynistic. What? Wait, what? Stairway to Heaven. Terry. Okay, so it is not on my list. Wah, wah. Joe Disney fan said My Sharona. Hotel California. All right. Oh, Benny and the Jets. I mean, Terry, does that make up for it? Does Benny and the Jets make up for Stairway to Heaven not being on my list? How many of you just went, Benny? That's Elton John. Benny and the Jets. Blinded by the Light. That is one of those songs that you really need to read the words, because there's a wrapped up like a something and I deuce or something. You know, when you like have been singing a song your whole life and you have no idea what the words are and you just kind of go wrapped up like a blah, 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 blah. And then later when you find out what the words are, then it's really funny. Rubber Band Man. Yep, Rubber Band Man. If you're like, what are some of these songs? I bet you would recognize some of these songs if you're kind of my age or older. It's just you didn't know what it was called. Rich Girl. That would be Hall & Oates. I love me some Hall & Oates, like Sarah Smile. Oh. So interesting. How about this one? Summer Nights. You know who sang that one? It's a duo. But a duo that you really wouldn't, I mean, they're really not, well, not really singers. Well, one of them was, the other one not. They were actors. Summer Nights. What's that from? Do you know? And then, of course, classic YMCA. You can't not dance without that one and do the hand, arm motions and all that. Terry, Rubber Band Man makes the list and Stairway didn't. You know why? Because all of mine are kind of upbeat. And Stairway to Heaven is not as upbeat. Yes, John. Olivia Newton-John and John Travolta. Yes, Summer Nights. There were a couple from that, right? From Greece. Go Your Own Way is another one. You can go your own way. Yeah, go your own way. I'm trying to sing, but also not. Go your own way. So I really was not trying to make that sound like it. I should just refrain. You're like, oh my gosh, my ears are bleeding. Goodbye Stranger. Okay, Goodbye Stranger is one of my like favorite songs. And I had actually totally forgotten about it until the other night. Nick and I had gone hiking up. Anyway, we'd gone hiking and we're driving home, and we have on the radio some kind of oldies or whatever. And Goodbye Stranger came on, and I had totally forgotten about that. And I sang it every word for word. And I'm like, how can I not remember what I had for lunch yesterday, but I can remember Goodbye Stranger word for word from the 70s? I don't know. And then I had my list going. And then when I needed some more ideas, I went to Google this morning and looked for 70s song, and there was Goodbye Stranger. Jackie, you know it. It is Joe Disney fan. It's Supertramp. Yep, it is Goodbye Stranger. So good. It's such a good song. And of course, Layla. I mean, we talked about that. Layla has to be on there, even though it's really not one of my, but it is a song from the 70s that I have a tie to, just because people think that Layla's my name and not Layla. Boogie Wonderland. I probably could do like an 8-page or more on just my favorite disco songs. Boogie Wonderland. Oh, Dancing Queen, of course, right? Little ABBA. Dancing Queen. I know what we're going to do over there. I just had an idea of what we're going to do over there. Rock the Boat. Rock the boat. Rock the boat. I can't do that anymore. Oh, refrain. I have to refrain from the singing because it's so bad. Rock the Boat. Ladies' Night. And Brick House. Actually, I think here we'll do The Hustle. The Hustle. Do, 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 do. The Hustle and Brick House. And I think that's the end of my list because I'm out of room. So those are some of, I could say some of my, we better do that. Some of my, there. Some of my favorite songs of the 70s. So if I decide to do another one, I could say more of my favorite songs of the 70s, right? That works. Okay. So now, what I think I might do over here, I need to date this. So what if I did, let me find this date stamp. Behind me, I have two different ones I could use, two different date stamps that would both kind of fit the bill or fit the space, but I think, so I could do date like that, that would work, or I could do one of these guys. I actually think I love these. Many of these would work because they are wide enough, and that's what I'm looking for is the width. But I think I want this guy because of just the simplicity. So this is, it's a date. So this one is it's a date, and this is it's a date too. So we will take this date stamp out. And I don't think I want to stamp directly on there. I think I would like to continue with this kind of white theme I'm going with here. So do we want to do black? Or do we want to do, I kind of feel like it needs to be black. Then we bring in a little bit of black over to this side. So let's do that. Let's do that. Oh, my mother. Hopefully she remembers that I'm doing this, and that's why I haven't responded. She's probably like, why haven't you responded about my dog? I mean, you know, not in a bad way, but like, we'll have to go meet him. Maybe tomorrow we can go meet him. I think his name is Elliot. All right, so we need black. Let's grab the black. Always, always, always. This is the only black I use. Exclusively. It's the VersaFine Clair Nocturne. Nocturne is black from Sukaniko. And it is a pigment-based ink, but it is like the juiciest, juicy black. I mean, it's just, it always stamps so beautifully. So if we were to do this, there we go. So if you are, again, a little bit timid when it comes to stamping, and you're like, oh my gosh, I would never be so confident just to stamp directly on my list or your project, whatever it is. This is a great way to still have stamping, but not be worried about it, because if I messed up on this white cardstock, I would just make another one, right? So it just gives you a little bit of a fudge factor. If you mess up, you just stamp again. This is another thing that you could do. Whoopsie, I got a little narrow there at the end. This is another thing. We might have to try to fix that because it's going to look funny. Another thing that you could do if you, your first inclination was to stamp directly on here, and something happened and it didn't look right, or it smeared, or it, you know, you didn't get enough ink on or something like that, then you could just basically restamp it on white cardstock and then put it right over your boo-boo, right? So if I had stamped first here and it was crooked or something, then I could just stamp it again and put it right over my little boo-boo. All right, so I think that will work, but I think I would like to try to bring in something from this side just to give it a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit more something. I won't use another tape. So I don't want to use another tape. I don't want to use another roller skate. You know what? I could use these little groovy glasses, or I could use a groovy flower. Let's see. Maybe we'll use a groovy flower because we have little flowers over there. So if we did something like that, would work. Let's just do that. We'll just pop that right down there. And we are going to do, we'll just do this. July 2024. All right. So there we go. There is our third list. Let's adhere it into Elvira. Is the song Elvira in the 70s? Oh my goodness. Whoop daddy, whoop, or something like that, right? Elvira. Yeah. There's a really weird part of that song. a different part of that song when they go whoop or something like that. Anyhow, I remember that song, but I don't know if that's from the 70s. I do not know. You could probably Google it and we'll tell you. What year was Elvira? Wanda, is Wanda answering the 80s? The 80s? Elliot, I know. And you know what? My mom's like, it's kind of a weird name because, you know, it's a rescue dog. The dog already has its name. She's adopting it. And I'm like, no, I think it's so cute, Elliot, right? Elliot. Elliot. Arting with my nomies. I said, your mama will forgive you. She did indeed forget about your life. How fun to meet a new to your mom pup. Yes, that'll be so fun. Oh, she'll forgive me. She's an awesome mom. She's very forgiving. I mean, not that I do a lot of things that need forgiving, but all right, there we go, my friends. So that is our third list today. Some of my favorite songs of the 70s. And I got out of my comfort zone. I flipped it. If we were to go back and look at any of my double page lists, this list always here, decoration there, right? If you go back and look at pretty much anything I do, there we go again, right? But that one, if you missed earlier, we did that last week. That is also using Groovy Darlin', but looks totally different, right? I mean, it still has that kind of groovy feel to it, but there we go. Some of my favorite songs of the 70s. And then the second list that we did, good things that happened in the last 6 months, that was using Vicky's Bold and Bright collection. And then our first list that we finished up, we did one half last week, we finished it up this week. This is things I do to escape. I want more of these. Reasons why I need an escape, I want less of these. All right, Oak Ridge Boys, there you go. That's so funny. Google said 1966. Hi, Susan Scally. 1966. Well, I don't know, right? I don't know. Oak Ridge Boys, yes. Now I'm going to have to go look that up after. And you know what's going to happen? I'm going to look up, I'm going to Google Elvira by the Oak Ridge Boys. And then next thing you know, every electronic device in my house is going to be giving me ads about cowboy boots and Oak Ridge Boys and all different kinds of things like that. Because, right, that's what happens. That's how our world works these days in technology. It hears you, and then it shows you what it thinks that you're interested in, right? Dallas Frazier, there we go. Okay, thank you, Susan. Dallas Frazier, 1966. Rose Oak One, this ink, it is the Versafine Claire Nocturne. So Nocturne Black, Versafine Claire by Sukaniko. You will always see this. This is like something that's always on my what I'm using list, but it is just an awesome, really crisp, nice, I call it juicy just because it stamps, it just always stamps really, really well. So it just stamps nice and solid and crisp and yeah. Okay, friends, so I'm going to rotate the camera. I've already turned up our lights. Rotating the camera. Oh, Mandy, I love that. I'm gonna tell you guys what Mandy just said. Mandy said, thanks, Lael. So happy to have caught the live today. I feel inspired again. Have a great week, friends. So I love that you are inspired, Mandy. I love that because that's just sometimes we get in a rut, right? We get in a rut. We love to craft, whatever that means to you, whatever kind of crafting you like to do, because this is crafting. Maybe you love journaling or memory keeping or what have you. I just remembered something I was going to show you, so I won't leave quite yet. But you lose your inspiration, right? You lose your inspiration. No, you could be watching today and you could never list with us. You could be doing 12 by 12 scrapbook pages, but maybe there's something that we did today that got you inspired and got you excited to create again. So I always love to hear that. Thank you for sharing that, Mandy. All right, 2 prizes, and then I'll show you what I meant by kind of glue booking or junk journaling. 2 prizes. So the first prize is that this is us. Project kit, the whole project kit, the class, the stamps, all the stuff that you need. And then the second prize, the variety pack of the storage pouches. So the 13 by 13, 2 of those, and then the new 7 by 11.5, 2 of those. All those things you'll see on the website. Everything I used today you will see on the website at laelbymail.com. You'll see a link in the description box of the video that says what I'm using, and you'll see everything I used there. Or just go to the website, laelbymail.com, and search for, whatever I was using. collection or what have you. And if you're not sure what I used and you have any questions, just shoot me an email. Easiest way is to go to the website, lealbymail.com, and click on contact us. All right, so what I was going to show you, someone had asked about this before. Let me find it. Where? Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember I pulled that out earlier this week to take a picture of something. Hang on. Hold, please. All right, I'm going to just do this. I'm just going to grab my little sign again. Did I put it away? Let me just, oh yeah, here it is. Okay. So hang tight. I'm just looking for what I would have done, and I'm really glad, actually, that someone has to see this, because where? Because I needed to take it with me this week. Oh my heck. Little, come on. That empty pouch is in my bag, because that's where it should be. Oh, I don't even know if I did the back of my hair today, so don't look at that. Don't look at the back of my hair. Where is it? Oh, please. Oh my gosh, I'm such a ding-a-ling. Look it. I put that down, but I put it down on the table where you guys wouldn't see it. Golly. That's the loopiness from the migraine, friends. Well, it's not like my room is, multiple floors here. It should just be right here. I know it's in, well, dang it. I know you're looking at the back of my head. I know that's not why you came, to look at the back of my head, but I don't know what, you guys, I don't know what happened to it. I don't know. I will have to find it. So I apologize to the person that wanted to see that. If you go to the website, go to lealbymail.com and, oh, wait, I just had a flash. I remembered it was sitting out and I put it away. Right? Okay, yep, I got it. Mentally, I was retracing my steps. Okay, here we go. So this is what I mean by, I called it glue booking or junk journaling. And it basically, the reason it's called glue book is you're basically just taking things. For me, it's when I travel, I like to collect lots of ephemera. So here is a pouch of a trip that Nick and I took in Harvey back in April. And I collect maps and all different kinds of things like that, brochure, and then they go in this per trip. And then when I'm ready to work on it, then I pull this out. So glue book, because I'm basically cutting up all those little brochures and things and doing something like this. Okay, so a couple of laser cuts, gluing it, not gluing, but in this case with washi, adding a postcard, gluing, sticker. Let me show you another one. Here we go. This is probably a better representation. That is cut from a tourist magazine, the freebies, and glued in. That is also glued in. I'm just trying to see what's here. That is also glued in. So you're basically just taking, and when I say glue, I mean glue stick. You're basically just, for me, I get lots of free things like little magazines and brochures and things. And then I kind of write a little bit about what we were doing. No photos. There are no photos that are mine in here. And then I'm just cutting things out and gluing them in. So I've collected things like that from all of my travels for years and years and years, and I've never done anything with it. So this was a really fun way for me to kind of tell a little bit of the story. And that's not to say this is the only way that I will ever document these trips, but it's been a really fun, no pressure, really easy way when I have a few minutes maybe to just pull things out and do something like that. So this is when I was saying, that's something that I started doing this year. So this one, just the very beginning, it started in January because I took a trip in January. There's my little intro. But took a trip in January and just started like doing things like that. And it's been really fun. So that was one of the things that was on my good. good things that happened within the last 6 months for me, because that's a whole new way of, for me, documenting my travels that I really hadn't done before. I'm going to show you one more thing just while we're at it. I just show you one more thing while we're at it, because I did that also for our trip that Nick and I did last year to Amsterdam, Scotland, and Ireland. So this is my whole traveler's notebook of that trip, is entirely documented, the whole trip. But as things are falling out, other inserts. Let me just show you. So for each country, I basically, then of all the things that I collected, did that same thing. So like here is Ireland. So all of those things, just collected stickers from while we were there, all the little brochures and things. And then I added, a couple of other things like little scrapbook product or whatever. But just kind of put it all together and just literally glue it all in. So there's another one from Ireland. Whoopsie. And that, look at how fun. That's like that was a care tag from like a wool hat or something I bought while we were there. But anyhow, that's just kind of a fun thing that I really enjoyed doing. My goodness, there's things falling out right and left. Let me pick those up. That's just a fun thing that I have enjoyed doing. Finally putting all those things that I've collected for years, now I have something to do with them. Yeah, so also a smash book. They go by lots of different things. A glue book, a junk journal, a smash book, a scrapbook, whatever you want to call it. I'm just kind of putting a lot of things in together. Yes. You know what, Colleen, I think smash book goes back to the way, I'm not way because, I did it back then too, but I think was it K and Company? Somebody did, and they actually had something called a smash book, like a book that you could buy and then put your things in. Do you remember that? I don't remember who it is. All right, friends, I'm just looking at, with the free things. That's the thing too. It's with all the free things. Well, except for like sometimes I buy postcards and put them in, but it's all those fun free things that you get. Like in the little wooden stands when you get off the airplane in baggage claim or at a hotel. Those wooden stands are a treasure trove because they have all those little brochures that I just get and cut up and have fun with. K and Company, yes, the smash book. Yeah, that dates me, doesn't it? It dates me. Okay, friends, so there we go. Remember the giveaways. Leave a comment on the video when it's done, anytime between now and 2 weeks when we're together again. We are not listing next Saturday, which is the first Saturday in August, because I will be in Spokane teaching at the 3 Craft Chicks Hello Again retreat. If you do the bi-monthly Traveler's Notebook Project kits with me on Monday, the 29th, we are doing July, we have the August set up. So I'll be sending out a reminder email about that today. Okay, friends, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging with me. I hope you had a fun time. I certainly did, just kind of chatting and playing, and I always look forward to these. So thank you for being here with me so I can do it, because if you guys weren't here, I would never do all this. I would never play. Which we need an excuse to play. I need an excuse to play, so thank you. Thanks for watching, and if you are an Olympic watcher, go team, whoever you're rooting for, and enjoy until I see you again. Thanks for watching, friends. Bye-bye. Bye. Oh, yeah, don't forget the Christmas in July sale ends July 31st. And aside from that, don't forget the $5 off coupon code with 25 or more. And that's on anything, not just Christmas. Okay, thanks for watching, friends. Bye.